Are you ready, staff? There we go. Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to the November 1st, 2018 regular meeting of the Architectural Review Board. Would the staff please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. My name is Jody Gerhardt, Manager of Current Planning. So for roll call, Board Member Firth.
Here.
Chair Firth, I should say. Vice Chair Balte.
Present.
Board Member Liu.
Present.
Board Member Guyer.
Here.
And Board Member Thompson is absent today.
And she's previously informed us that she would be, which
Correct.
we appreciate. Oral communications, this is the time for any member of the public to speak on an item not on the agenda, but within our purview. You have 3 minutes. I have no cards. Is there anyone who wishes to speak this morning? There's seeing someone. If you could come to the podium and give us your name. Yes, please, the microphone over there. So are you able to wait for the hearing on that one? We can flip the agenda and to accommodate the public, or at least we could open the hearing. When are we expecting the applicants? Okay, well, I would suggest, excuse me, are you able to stay until 9:30 or do you need to leave? They have 10 minutes to speak. There's a staff report, and then it would be you. And if you're not able to remain, about 15 minutes, so 9:45? Would that be all right? Thank you. If you give your name to the staff, and they can call you if you need to leave. And thank you. Anybody else? All right. Agenda changes, additions, and deletions? Anything? We will have a report under board members' questions, comments, or announcements. We will have a report back from Vice Chair Balte about the deliberations of the subcommittee on the public safety building at the end of our meeting under that item. All right. City official reports. That's the transmittal of the ARB meeting schedule, tentative future agendas.
Yes, so you'll see.
We have 3 meetings left this year.
Correct, and it does look like we're going to need all 3 because we do have some wireless projects that are coming up at the end of the year. Also, as far as the next meeting, we will have the hotel project at 4256 El Camino. We'll be going ahead, and we've let the community know about that. We also have the Peninsula Corridor electrification. However, the 2321 Wellesley will need to be pushed off likely to the next hearing.
All right. Is the Peninsula Corridor electrification project report already prepared, or is there anything we can be reading as background before that meeting?
I will work with Amy French, who is leading that project, and see if we can email you some background information.
I know there's a lot of deliberations have already taken place. I want to catch up. Anything else? Okay. And our first meeting in January is January 4th? Is that right? Yep.
The January 3rd meeting,
Sorry, 3rd.
We normally cancel that meeting.
Okay.
So unless you're excited to have such a meeting. But we also do need to, the other thing that we were looking at is potentially at the end of January, having an extra hearing then. But we'll have to kind of see as time goes on if we need that extra meeting at the end of January.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to item number 2 on our agenda, which is a public hearing. It's quasi-judicial. It concerns 3128 El Camino Real, which is an existing McDonald's. It's a block we've been looking at a lot recently. And you are asking us for a recommendation on the applicant's request for approval of a minor architectural review to allow remodel of an existing 6,000 square foot McDonald's. The scope of work includes the remodel of the exterior facade, landscaping, signage, and outdoor seating. It's exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act. In accordance with guidelines section 15301A for existing facilities, the zoning district is commercial service, and the project planner is Adam Peterson.
Good morning.
Excuse me just a minute, Adam, before we do that. Have all of us viewed the site?
Yes.
Yes.
For the record, all of us have inspected the site. Thank you. Oh, and does anybody have any conversations to disclose with other parties regarding this matter?
I'd like to disclose that I received an email from Randy Popp, a local architect, essentially pointing out examples of environmentally friendly architecture done by McDonald's at other locations around the nation.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I think that email was sent to everybody, right? Because I got that
email too, yeah.
Then that
I'm just
needs to be
disclosing.
printed and made available to the public now. If somebody could go do that? And I guess I should read my email more carefully. Okay, staff, please.
Good morning, Chair Firth, members of the Architectural Review Board. I'm Adam Peterson from the Planning and Community Environment Department. I'm here today to present a minor architectural review request for exterior remodel to the McDonald's at 3128 El Camino Real. The project, again, is a minor board-level review. It would include widening the sidewalk to 12 feet along El Camino Real, planting of street trees along the front facade or along the street frontage of the building, reconfiguring the roof line of the structure, installing a metal canopy around the front of the building as well, black tile around the entries facing El Camino Real, painting the stucco, and also replacing existing signage and adding new signage to the building. The recommendation is that this project, staff recommends approval to the Planning and Community Environment Director. The project site, as noted, is along El Camino Real. It's surrounded substantially by other office and commercial uses that are set back from the street, and sort of a mishmash of a development pattern in the area. The site itself, as noted, it would not change the existing building square footage. The square footage of the building would remain the same. There would be no other site modifications except for widening the sidewalk. The parking would remain the same. The drive-throughs, the existing menu boards would remain the same. They would just be updated. And really, it's just facade modifications to the building itself. These are the existing conditions. As you can see, the front of the building along El Camino Real, and then also the back of the building. In the bottom photo, you can see the two menu boards. Those would be updated and modernized. And this gets into the existing and the proposed conditions for the project. Again, in the upper left, you can see the existing conditions. It would remove the wood trellis from the building, and it would change the roof line to create a more flat roof line. It would also paint the stucco and upgrade the stucco, and then install sort of this blackish tile around the entries, and then have a metal canopy around the front of the building. It would also install a railing for the outdoor dining area on the non-drive-through side of the building. Moving around the side of the building, again, this is looking at the drive-through elevation. Again, you can see that it would remove the wood trellis from the front of the building. You would have the metal canopy, the metal overhang. The project would retain the existing brick banding that's on the lower half of the building. So you'd have a combination of a brick banding on the lower half combined with stucco, along with tile and a metal canopy around the building. It would retain the fencing. It would retain a lot of the landscaping that directs people from El Camino Real into the site. Going through the elevations just quickly, as you can see, this elevation at the bottom, that's where the brick banding would be retained. You can see the front black tile around the front entryway along with the metal canopies. Going around to the back, again, you can see that it retains a lot of it retains the essence of the materials that are there while upgrading the stucco and the roof line. And in terms of the analysis for the project is consistent with a comprehensive plan. In the zoning code, it maintains all setbacks. It's located in the Calventura area of the South El Camino Real Design Guidelines, and that area is noted that, or the South El Camino Real Design Guidelines note that that area is intended to remain auto-oriented or would likely remain auto-oriented, and the South El Camino Real Design Guidelines specifically mentions that for remodels that it's important that they follow the spirit of the guidelines. So overall, the project's consistent with that spirit because it remodels a dated building, it upgrades the roof line. The South El Camino Real Design Guidelines call for more flat roof lines, more level roof lines, and so it would change the roof line consistent with the design guidelines. It would provide new street trees along the sidewalk and widen the sidewalk to 12 feet, which is called for in the design guidelines. And then it also would maintain direct access to the building from El Camino Real. Similar height, the height would increase from 17 feet to 19 feet with a more contemporary style. As noted, this project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and the motion is to recommend approval to the Director of Planning and Community Environment. I'd like to turn the presentation over to the applicant at this time.
Okay, before you do that, I do indeed need to look at my email more frequently. I think when it gets over 100 unread messages, I lose the bottom ones. The email in question is to us from, including staff, from Randy Pop, sent Sunday, October 28th at 10:09 a.m. It's about new standards for McDonald's, and it references an article in Architect Magazine about downsizing the Golden Architects. In order to read that article, you need to be a registered member of that publication. At least I'm not able to read it without registering, but I think that if you'll give up your email address, that's all that it takes.
Yes, it's just an email address.
So that should be made available to the public. And now the applicant knows that at least some of us have read it.
Okay,
Thank you. You have 10 minutes, and if you could give us your name and spell it for our transcriber, we would appreciate it.
Okay, I'm Jim Shively, S-H-I-V-E-L-Y. I'm with Stantec Architecture, representing McDonald's. Good morning, Chair and Board, and I want to thank staff for a wonderful job they've done. It's taken us a little longer than we thought, but it's been a real treat working with them. So thank you, Adam and Jody. We did put together the PowerPoint for Adam's request and did a wonderful job describing what the project entails. What it is it's part of McDonald's MRP program. It's a major remodel program. They take the existing restaurant and upgrade it with a more modern, contemporary line to it. The MRP program calls for we remediate all barriers on site, ADA. We would be required to do that anyway, but McDonald's is one of my most proactive clients that want everything accessible. The other issue on this one, although it doesn't fall into a perfect MRP model, an MRP, major remodel program, you've seen them, the stores that restaurants that have the red mansard that wrap all the way around it. And what we basically replace it with is a geometric box, and we play with the forms and the elements to add some interest to the elevation. This is the site plan. We are adding not 4, but 5 trees out front, which will offer some shading quality for the main dining area out front. Again, all of the accessible pathways, public right-of-way, as well as the accessible parking to the entries will be fully ADA compliant. On the interior, we do that as well. Equal distribution of ADA seating, and the restrooms will be upgraded to be accessible. These are the 2 elevations, and Adam did a wonderful job in describing what we were looking to do here. The 2 brand walls are the ones that have got the golden arches on them. It is a tile material with a darker wood type finish on it. We are retaining the bricks. We are doing all new furnishings out front, and the furnishings also come with a vertically cantilevered canopy awning element. It's a wire mesh grid over a steel frame and would be painted to match the trim of the building. That comes in 3 different sizes. The largest, I believe, is 7 foot by 12 foot, and then there's individual vertically cantilevered canopies that would serve one table. This is the drive-through side. Again, we are redoing the plaster on it. You see one of the brand walls there. And there's the ADA parking that would be upgraded and fully compliant. In addition, you see that we have identified the drive-through windows. The one at the rear of the project is the pay window, and the one in the foreground here is the order pickup window. We like to identify those and pop those out so it's even clearer. Now, on this one, typically I've only got about 6 to 8 inches of relief, and the paint really helps in those conditions, but it's pretty obvious in this with the projections that those are the pickup and the pay windows. And we got a really loyal customer base here, and they really don't need much cueing visual aids. They know where they're going through the project. And this is the material sample board that's been provided, and I think it's keyed well to the elevations, and I can address any questions as relates to the finishes also. And there is the elevation. So with that, if you've got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Any question to the applicant
I have a question for that.
or staff?
I have a question for the architect. The color board is showing 3 colors for the trellis.
Right.
I think we have 3 colors on the color board.
Yes.
And then it seemed like most of the trellis was white in the renderings, and I was wondering where is the yellow
The
on the
yellow,
trellis? Because it seems like,
it's on the drive-through. Oh, I can point here.
is it just the?
It's those 2 little bands there. Again, it's another cueing visual aid, but that is the only area that the yellow would be. The other metal you're seeing is this band right here.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Anybody else have questions of the applicant? Or the staff? Member Balte? Vice
morning.
Chair Balte?
Thank you. Adam, I want to be clear, I understand the South Camino Real design guidelines. If this were a new building, wouldn't it be required to be built up to the frontage, to the street front?
Yeah, it would. It would require to be built up to the frontage.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to be clear that I understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a question. If I look at the building head-on, which you can only do if you're the passenger, take me through the layers: sidewalk, landscaping, building, cars.
Okay, what we have, I don't know that I've got a good picture of it. Out in front is El Camino.
Yeah, what I want to know is, basically, I don't want to see the entry. I want to see the building from the front, from the street side. So I need you to sort of talk me through it. A straight-on shot of it.
Adam, I believe it's...
There's an elevation somewhere.
I've got
Yeah.
a set of drawings here that I'd be happy to
Sure.
give.
Or you can talk me through it. I've seen the site plan.
This is the best graphic I've got on my PowerPoint.
On sheet A 2.0 starts the elevations.
Right, but I'm trying to, what I'm after is, my principal concern with this project is the landscaping and where it is and where it isn't. And as people have been pointing out, the South El Camino design guidelines anticipate a different kind of development where we don't see cars, particularly. The buildings are in the front, the parking's in the back or underneath the building. And so there's an opportunity for significant landscaping to improve the site. And I'm trying to get a sense of what the landscaping experience, what the experience of landscaping will be for a person walking by, a person driving by.
Right. I've got one exhibit if I can approach
Super.
with it.
Thank you.
And for clarification, sheet T2 is the landscape plan?
The applicant's architect has given me a copy of one of the elevations we already have. This is the tree protection plan, and the trees are colored. And the street trees here are, what are they?
The proposed street trees are red maple and then liquid amber.
And they're deciduous? Yes, they're deciduous. That's a statement, not a question at this point. Okay. I'll pass this along. So you were going to tell me basically what landscaping is there between the curb and your site
There are two.
at the front of it?
Oh, here we go. Let me find my. I'm sorry, my eyesight's going on me.
No, it's the very small plan detail. I'm glad you're having trouble too.
I brought two pairs of
I
glasses
always
and
want
tried to
bigger landscape plans.
Out front here, you see that. You see the single tree out in front in what we call the forward patio area. That is where we have significant seating out there, and there will be all new seating in there. But that area surrounding that tree is landscaped. So we do have all of that out there. On the side, we have the paving elements over here, but then these two trees form the landscaping on the non-drive-through side. We do have perimeter with some really nice trees out there, but it's really not an experience for the pedestrians. I and a bunch of other people like to get our lunch and go to the back here and park, and that's where we have lunch. We do have a splattering of landscaping on the back of the building here, and then the trees that help obscure the drive-through area in this location here. We also have a planter area here. And really what I can tell you is if there's concerns with the landscaping, we'd absolutely be willing to revisit that if there were issues that were identified as improvements that you might see for it.
So the tree identified is the multi-stem Japanese maple. Is that the existing tree, or is this a new
Yes.
tree? Okay. That's a very dense Japanese maple you have there.
Yeah, yeah.
Any other questions?
I have a related question. So I think in your notes, you're saying that the low brick walls along El Camino are being removed. And then there are the brick walls, longer and taller, that run perpendicular to El Camino towards the entry doors. And so I just want to make sure I understand this correct, is that the long walls are staying, but the short ones along the sidewalk are being removed? I think there's a note that says that they're going to be removed typically, and
Right.
one of them is being labeled.
Yes.
But not all of them are labeled.
Yeah, the long wall is.
So the long wall that goes along the ramp, that stays?
Yes, I believe that is the case. Let me.
What's going on there?
This is paving because they're the flagpoles? It's just concrete.
Any other questions of the applicant or the staff before we deliberate? Staff have any comments? Oh, are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this subject? I have no speaker cards. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and we can deliberate. Who would like to start? Alex.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, and I will say that I have seen some of the newly remodeled McDonald's, like on the inside, and the inside isn't in our purview today, but I was actually surprised at how nice the new design scheme is with the gray color scheme. It's actually very, very handsome. So I think my comment for staff, in the staff report you mentioned that that under a regular zoning, that for a restaurant with drive-through, that 180 parking spaces would be required, and this is grandfathered in with 74, and I think that's fine. I've been to the site. But it really just gets to my question is like, is our code out of date? So I think the applicant's letter is saying that most people come through the drive-through, and that seems to be the case. Like, we have a double wide drive-through. I've seen the long queues of cars at McDonald's and Starbucks. And I'm just wondering if our code is not correct or up to date. Because I think that people want restaurants on El Camino. We have neighbors from Ventura and stuff, and they want places like restaurants to go to, and they're not getting them. And I'm wondering if it's because our code requires too much parking. So we've had, like, in Ventura, there's like the Chinese restaurant, and it has minimal parking, and it impacts the neighbors, and I'm sure they don't like it. But at the same time, it's really nice to have a restaurant to walk to 5 minutes away from your house. So anyway, that's just a larger question to put out there. On this particular project, I think my main concern is, like, as Wynn mentioned, was landscaping. There's the front patio and the side patio, and the trellises are being removed. And I think my concern on the side patio is the trellises being removed. You've got the queuing of the cars for the drive-through, and you're removing all the camellias along the building, and I'm just worried that that is not going to be as attractive as what's currently there. On the front, I think my main issue is I think you're adding the bike racks in that area, and I do see that the staff has a condition of approval to change the proposed bike rack, which I think is fine. I support that, but I think that we need to see the layout and how that impacts the seating and the lawn, and we need to see a plan of that, and not just like incrementally adding stuff into the courtyard area, but actually, or the lawn area, but actually trying to make a nice design there. I would say I did notice that the existing site doesn't have any bike parking, and I saw people locking their bikes to the handicap ramp and the trellis columns and all sorts of things like that. And it seems like we do need the bike racks. It seems like the staff's requirement, which is, I think, like 6 long-term and 13 short-term, seems to be a lot for this site. And I do want to see how that impacts that front lawn area. Like, I'd be willing to have some on the side or the back. Like, I think our code requires it to be like within 50 feet of the front door. It seems like that's going to be a lot in a small space. So I'd like to see a plan. I think you're showing a new railing on the side patio area, and it's different than the existing railing on the front. I'm not so crazy about that. I'm fine with the new proposed design. I am questioning I'm wondering if the corrugated metal could be taller than what's shown. I'm saying maybe extend it down lower into the stucco area, if it's possible or not. And then I think my other question is, can the garbage cans, can those be upgraded to something nicer? Then, I mean, there are lots of them all around the parking lot, and they're pretty. I think they're not so attractive, and some of them have been painted. And I was wondering if there's a better option for that. I did see that you have lots of site furnishings in here, but I'm not sure which ones go where. So. So that's where I'm on this one. I do thank you for the wider sidewalk and the extra street trees on El Camino. I think that goes a long way for me in making the project better. And we're curious to see what the rest of my board members think on this project.
Vice Chair Balte.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I think I agree with many of the directions Alex was heading on this, certainly questioning the amount of parking that's required that very rarely seems to be used here. I'd like to focus my comments, however, on the pedestrian friendliness, the street frontage aspect to the restaurant, because right now it really is a 1950s sort of strip mall kind of design. It's set way back. It's very auto-centric. It's all about having lots of parking that's easily visible. And our neighborhood there is changing very fast to be one where very few people drive to McDonald's. You walk there, you scooter there, you go through the drive-through there perhaps, but it just seems out of sync. Secondarily, and what's really getting me, I think, is that you have now some trellis-covered seating areas outside, especially one in the front, which is a relatively nice patio. It's shady, it's out in the public area where you can see and be seen. By removing the trellis is actually on both sides of the building, especially in our climate, you really make outdoor dining much less friendly. Any warm summer day, nobody would be sitting there. Most of the time you'll be inside where it's air conditioned, whereas with some shading and some trellises and some really thoughtfully prepared outdoor seating, you could continue to enliven, even perhaps enhance the street frontage, make it so when you're passing by, you can see the activity, which is, at least for me, one of the important things we're trying to achieve along El Camino. As it transitions to be a more urban, pedestrian-oriented public right-of-way, we want to see that businesses and offices and buildings serve to enliven, to further enhance the public experience. And I'm afraid I don't see your project doing that at all. I think the materials and the design do a fine job of rebranding McDonald's. And it's great when you're passing by at 40 miles an hour, it's pretty clear what's going on. But as far as, gee, where should I go for lunch? It used to sit outside under that trellis, but now it's too hot. You're not really succeeding at that level. So I really think you need to come back with a more thoughtful approach to the front area of the building, in front of the building, between the McDonald's store frontage and the sidewalk, and continue to make that even a better place to be, to sit, to eat, to be seen. That's really my biggest criticism of this project right now, is that that's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Guyer.
Yeah, I have this same thing. I looked at the article about the McDonald's, their redesign concepts, everything else, and I saw the Chicago store. Now, not that you can compare the Chicago store with this, but I thought, they're really doing some interesting things. Then I opened this up, and yeah, I mean, not that the original building is a monument to architecture, but at least there was some thought given to the roof and that sort of thing. And I agree completely. My first thought was exactly what my fellow board member indicated, that anytime I've eaten there, I sit outside under the trellis, and they're all gone. I would just drive by this place now because they aren't there. And I think there should be more emphasis put on, we talked about bringing the building forward a bit, and I think the trellis and the whole idea of dining up front there, I think makes it more noticeable, and it, rather than this just pushes the whole thing back. Then when you look at the elevation, to me, it's kind of an interesting third of a building and then a shoebox in back of it. I mean, any, quote, design that was there with the roof and, that's currently there. Not that, not that I'm saying that that's a wonderful design, but it just gets replaced by a stark rectangular box. I guess the mesh, whatever you want to call it, the louvers on top are way too small. I mean, at first, it looks like it's just some sort of a stripe, but I mean, if you're going to do something, they need to be about 3 times the size if you're going to make a statement about it. I realize this is a minor design, but I think this is going in the wrong direction. I'm not a big fan of this particular design. Okay, let me, the good points, I agree. The landscaping is better, the parking's better, we have the bicycle racks, all that kind of thing, but I would have expected that. This is mainly a review of the building itself, not the peripheral things that I think should be there anyway.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm glad that McDonald's is addressing this particular site. I am looking that this is a remodel of a use that is rare in this town, which is a drive-through and a, what's our appropriate term now? We don't call this fast food, we call it something else. Anyway, it's fast food. It's a useful thing to have in our town. It's a useful thing to have in this neighborhood. I mean, the tragedy of our housing situation is that the nearest housing to you is parked right at the curb. Which is why it's hard to see your building. I have no particular objections to the changing of the materials and the roof. I've always been particularly unfond of the existing roof design, so I'm okay with that change. I think the colors are fine, but I wouldn't be in a position to approve it because I couldn't make the findings regarding landscaping or pedestrian-friendly and supportive frontage. This is turning into a fairly heavily occupied area. You're going to have a big hotel down the way. You have very popular restaurants around you. You have people living in the neighborhood. You have lots and lots of repeat customers. I think that relatively few people only come here once. Because although you're on El Camino Real, it's primarily a local street at this point in terms of traffic. It's terrific that you're widening the sidewalk. Thank you. The street trees help because regular street trees along that section really provide a kind of unity that's, or attractive coherence that's often missing there. Specifically, I think the garbage cans are an important design element and need to be addressed in that fashion. I very much agree with that. I think you need shading over the outdoor seating areas. This isn't just how often I have to see my dermatologist this day, but people are not going to be attracted to an unshaded seating area. It needs to have shading. If you can do it with trellises, you can do it with landscape trellises, you can do it with non-deciduous trees, though that's tricky. But it needs shade. Otherwise, it's not inviting and it isn't going to be used. I also think that when you're on El Camino Real, which is a busy, noisy street, something about having a roof over you, a trellis over you, gives you a sense of enclosure and a psychological sense of less vulnerability to the passing traffic. This site has 2 driveways, which chops up the pedestrian experience more than is typical of a parcel of this width. So you need to compensate for that in the space that remains. I think you need seating somewhere that tells pedestrians they're welcome whether or not they got a hamburger. I also think that the plants need to be bigger generally. I really don't want to see any flat bits of lawn, and I really don't want to see any plants that are less than knee height. I think when you have planting areas, that's a chance to get significant greenery that comes up higher. If you look at our code, we ask that you use local native materials that are good animal habitat where possible, where feasible, and I think that needs to be addressed more seriously. I'm glad you're addressing the bicycle parking issue. It's true that in the absence of bicycle parking, we get informal bicycle parking that may make it harder to use accessible features of the site. and certainly makes it harder to use a bicycle. I think that's it for me. Are there other comments? Alex?
I have a question for the architect. There's a chain link fence along the back of the property. It's low, maybe like 3 or 4 feet high. Does that belong to McDonald's, or is that, do you know, is that the neighbors, the rear neighboring properties fence?
I don't know.
Okay.
I could-
So it has barbed wire along the top, even though it's a low fence. And I was wondering, and that's not allowed in under our code. And I was wondering if the barbed wire could be removed. I'm fine with the chain link fence itself, but maybe if just the top could be removed. If it's McDonald's fence.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it belongs to the neighbors, we don't have.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever encountered it, and I didn't see it while I was eating my lunch, so.
Yeah, you know,
I'm gonna go
you don't
look at
see it
that.
because it's almost like there's what do I call it? Like a swale or something in the back. It's low, and the fence is low, so you don't see it if you're just driving along.
Right.
Anyway, if you could research that would be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Oh, will I have the opportunity to speak one more time?
Yeah, you normally get 10 minutes, right?
You
to
may.
rebuttal.
You are entitled to respond. There just was no public comment to respond to. Would you like to speak some more? I mean, we do not have a heavy agenda, with the permission. We will give you another 3 minutes if you'd like. Maybe you're entitled to more. What's he entitled?
I've heard nothing really that we can't accommodate. To highlight, I've got the trash enclosure and the furnishings here. I've actually got a rendering with the trellises staying in place. So we're more than willing to keep those trellises. Repair is needed, possibly put a sheet of something on top of it to make it a tad more contemporary. The corrugated metal, thank you very much for your comment. I just got done in Petaluma, where it was my suggestion to McDonald's, and it took some convincing that we needed to actually make that entire wall corrugated metal. Petaluma is more of a rural environment, but on this design, as I look at it, I would think we could make that whole north side corrugated to the horizontal band, might give it some balance, and then swing it beyond the brand wall, returning so it reads as a corrugated metal on top there. Let me quickly make sure I'm covering all of them. The trellis we've talked about. So I have no problem, and I will be going back to the Petaluma office today. That's where our landscape architect is, and saying, come on, let's step up to the plate here. Let's address some of the landscaping. You've given me pretty clear direction on that, and I'm in total agreement with it. So I have no problem with anything I've heard here. What I'm hoping for is to be able to work it in a subcommittee or with staff. I would love to report to McDonald's that we're moving forward. So if there's any possibility of that session after this session, I can stay here all day if you'd like. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would just comment that I'm not suggesting that you retain the existing trellises, which may not, but whatever trellis you come up with, I trust it will go well with your new building.
Sure, I share that sentiment.
Vice Chair Baldi.
It seems to me that the existing trellises are old and a little bit worn out, and what I'm commenting on is that there's a tremendous opportunity for something much better. If McDonald's is trying to rebrand itself, that's a great place to do it, and probably not best done by keeping the old trellis, but rather really turning your landscape architect loose to come up with some new ideas.
Other comments? Alex?
Yes, I think I agree with my fellow board members regarding the trellis, but I do wanted to ask staff though, is that my understanding is on other projects that if you have a roofed outdoor patio, that can count towards square footage. And that if it counts towards square footage, does that count towards parking? Like, I just wanted some clarification from staff to make sure that we're not causing other problems.
It is correct. If you have a solid roof that is used for sales and service, which this would be, because it would be, people purchasing something and going out there to eat, then that would be FAR. And so, but if you're just asking for a trellis, which is an open feature that the rainwater can still get through, then that does not count towards FAR. So I think that would be what we would be looking for.
So if it makes it attractive in the sun but not in the rain, it's not FAR. Thank you for that clarification.
That's a decent summary. Also, related to the parking question, the high level of parking that's required on this project is because it is a drive-through project. So it is a different parking ratio than a standard restaurant that does not have a drive-through.
Yeah, which is interesting. I think we should, because you would think that it would be it might be the other way around. If
I would
people are
think that
driving through, then they're not parking.
I would think it would be designed to discourage
Jody,
drive-through restaurants.
Could you enlighten my ignorance, please, and
there you go.
explain how that works? That why the drive-through would require more? Just tell me, I don't
I can
understand the
just
code.
read you the code. I don't know
Please do that.
I don't know the intent behind it. I can only assume it was to discourage drive-throughs, but I don't know that for certain. The code says that for drive-through and take-out facilities that are eating and drinking, you need to have 3 parking spaces per 100 square feet of gross floor area. So 3 per 100 of the entire building. Whereas a standard restaurant, which is eating and drinking, you need 1 space for every 60 gross square feet of public area, and then 1 space for every 200 square feet of, back of the room kind of space.
What an interesting code.
Thank you, Jody.
So I think my recommendation would be for this one to go to subcommittee, because it seems like the board is all, and it's fairly, I think we all understand where we're coming from. I think it's fairly clear. I think, and the applicant seems to understand what we want. So I would support this going to subcommittee.
Oh, how do the rest of you feel about that? Or what is your opinion, I should say?
I'm generally opposed to things going to subcommittee. I think this is going to be a bigger change than that.
Robert?
I'm just not a fan of the design at all, so but,
Not going to get his vote.
I mean, it's one of these things, after, 40 years of the thing, I wanted something that really, would be a nice addition to the neighborhood. And I'm sorry, it's a box. I mean, it's bad enough having to deal with all the apartments and everything else we get around here, the condominiums that are flat top boxes, but I understand why they are, because they have a ceiling or a height limit cap. This doesn't, but they made a box just because it's considered, quote, modern or something, or minimalist, or whatever you want to call it. Modern and minimalist is not always attractive. It can be, but in this particular case, I don't agree with it. So I'm a no vote on it.
So this is a minor architectural review for a remodel, and this is not one of those cases where we get a remodel where you then discover one standing wall left after they begin work. So I'm seeing it as having a narrower scope.
It does, but I want to caution the board that this happened before on a Taco Bell in Palo Alto, where it was a minor remodel, and then somehow the whole thing got replaced. So
How does that come and support subcommittee motion?
it doesn't. That's why, yes, it doesn't.
So staff, as you know, we've felt on occasion that we have reviewed projects after being informed that it's a minor remodel and they're doing various things because of the existing building, and then we drive by and what do you know, all the walls fell down but one. So what can you tell us that would reassure us about this project?
So we do have a demolition plan, sheet A02, that shows what walls are supposed to be removed. And we will also be looking at the building permit to ensure that it matches this plan.
Look closely at A02, so let's take a look.
I mean, the way I see it, if you're adding almost double the height of the exterior walls, that's a little bit more than just superficial
Did you
modifications.
guys read this?
So, and from this plan, it appears that really only one of the front doors, that area around the front door is being changed out. It appears that most of the walls are remaining, but we can have the applicant confirm that.
Could you comment, please?
Yeah, Jody's correct. It's the door, as you're looking at the front. It would be the main entry for the pedestrians approaching the building. We're removing 2 of the side lights and retaining the active door and a side light.
While we have you here, could you show me how a pedestrian from the sidewalk approaches the front door?
Oh. Let me try to find, oh, okay, I can barely see this, but this would be the path here.
So sheet SP1 shows you the entire site, and SP2 shows you more detail about the front.
I'm walking down the sidewalk. I want to walk into McDonald's. Is that a pathway I see between the parking and the landscaping? Is that little arrow thing? Is that my pathway?
The arrows, the gray arrows.
Pale gray.
Show the accessible path of travel.
Which an able-bodied person could use too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that there's going to be bigger changes, not on the building itself, as Alex perhaps alluded to, but on the landscaping and the stuff in the front. The brick wall, for example, he mentioned, it wasn't entirely clear, and for that reason, I think it needs to come back to the full board for a review.
All right. Staff, when might this get back on our agenda? I guess we have some space on our agendas next month.
We're quickly running out of space, but if we can keep it short, we usually try and get this type of item back in a month. And so that would be the early December hearing, which is December 6th. And that just, we'd need commitment from the applicant that they could turn around changes really in a week.
Thank you. I'm in favor of bringing it back to the board as a whole. Is that agreeable to my colleagues? They're indicating yes. And I'm glad the applicant thinks we were clear on our requests. I am somewhat obsessed with, or focused, I should say, on the need for people who are walking up and down sidewalks to be able to sit down if they need to and then stand up again without feeling they're intruding. So I'll be looking for that, as well as significant landscaping. Anything else anybody wants to add before we send this off? Alex?
Is that a motion? Should we have a motion and a second?
Sure. I make a motion to continue this to December 6th. Applicant, are you saying yes? Yes.
I can assure you, we're going to make the revisions in the next couple of days, and I'm going to direct staff to work the weekend to make it happen.
We look forward to seeing you again.
If we can do it, is it just technically not possible to hit the next ARB?
It is not, so we'll see you in the first week of December. All right, I would make a motion to continue this matter to December 6th, 2018. Is there a second?
I'll second that, sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing no nays, we have a 4-0 motion to continue. Board Member Thompson absent. Thank you for your work. We look forward to seeing you again. I will say that I have spent years in San Bernardino County, the home of McDonald's, as well as living in Passy, the home of the fanciest French McDonald's I've ever seen, with the most elegant customers, and look forward to seeing what you do here. We'll take a 5-minute break to set up for the next project. Session. And we are ready to go to item number 3. I realized that I should probably explain that when I use a computer in these meetings, I am looking at either the staff report or the city documents, all things that are part of the official record. I am not soliciting public opinion on what I should do, which would be illegal. All right. Our second public hearing, item number 3 on our agenda, also quasi-judicial, concerns 744 through 748 San Antonio. We are asked for a recommendation on the applicant's request for approval for architectural review to allow revisions to a previously approved major architectural review for 2 new hotels. The revisions involve changes to the facade modulations, decks, rooftop equipment screening, driveway, parking, landscaping, including, I believe from the staff report, pedestrian amenities along that area, such as benches. The environmental assessment, this project is still covered by the previously certified environmental impact report. The zoning district is CS Commercial. The project planner is Sheldon Singh.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for...
Just a second here. Thank you, Sheldon. Has everybody visited the site?
Yes.
Everybody's indicating they have visited the site. Now, are there any communications concerning this project that anybody wishes to disclose?
Sure. I'd like to disclose that I've met with Randy Pop regarding elliptically this project's parking situation, where he expressed to me interest in the applicant of reducing the required number of parking places based on evidence they have that the hotel doesn't need it. We didn't go beyond just listening to that statement, but I wanted to relay that to the board.
Thank you. And to staff, this application does not include reduction of parking, or does?
It does not. The project description from the applicant does describe in the future coming back for some signage and reduction of parking, but that's
But
not...
that is not before us today.
Not before us today. We don't have, staff does not have any
Thank you.
response to that.
Appreciate that. Sheldon.
Thank you for the introduction. The applicant is here with their presentation. Just to mention that the public notices did go out within 600 feet as required by the code. And I did have conversations with a couple of residents adjacent to the project regarding this process.
Thank you.
So the project was approved in June of 2017, and it's for two hotels, 2 separate hotels, branding hotels, 5 stories each, with 294 rooms and basement parking. Included actually 2 levels at the time that was proposed. As part of the conditions of approval, the City Council did require that the project eliminate one of the basement levels of parking. And in lieu of that, the cost savings from that basement construction would go towards traffic mitigation funds for San Antonio Road. A grading permit was issued to excavate the basement, which would be the 1 level. And currently, the building permit is in review, and that's what triggered some of these revisions coming back to you today. The biggest change is the site plan. On the left, you have the 2017 version, and the plan was changed from a circular driveway to an oval driveway. And this arrangement allows for more curb space and for drop-offs, as well as to make a much more efficient parking valet operations. So this would also alleviate the potential for spillover onto San Antonio Road. That there was a condition of approval to discourage spillover onto San Antonio. And in doing so, creating this oval driveway that shifted some of the footprint of the buildings, some of the site layout there. Landscaping essentially stayed the same. The pool got a little bit smaller, and that's more of an operational aspect that the applicant can describe. Going to some of the elevations, I had a preview of the applicant's PowerPoint. They'll go through this much more in detail, but just to generally say that some of these changes regarding the fenestrations were because of the changes to the interior space, because of the more refinement of the plans as they went from the entitlement to the building permit, as well as the changes to the placement of the rooftop equipment and the necessity of having screening. So that changed the parapet and also the screening material. So again, here it is very minimal changes to the first, second levels. The fourth and fifth levels have more significant changes due to some structural constraints that the applicant will go into detail about. And so that required some of the roof and guest room areas are extended to be more of these beams that had to be put in because of the type of construction that they're doing. The parapet here was raised to serve as also a mechanical screening equipment. So you notice that the height of those are taller than 50 feet, but again, they are acting as screen for the equipment. A lighter color along the walls was included for internal circulation of the AC, and this is within the color palette that was approved. These changes are just like some of the other ones with changes to the fenestration because of the interior spaces that were changed, and a lighter color was introduced on the first level for accent, but other than that, the changes at the other levels are basically the same. And this one is very similar to the Courtyard Hotel, where you have some of the structural changes due to the type of construction that they're doing. On the east elevation is more of a color change, significance, making the color lighter on the left side, and also the parapet there was also raised for the mechanical equipment screening. There are a couple of subcommittee items. One of them is addressed here, has to do with the terraces and having to provide landscaping details. So those are included in the plans. The other subcommittee item is with the lighting, and there's really no information on that in this packet, so they have to come back as per the condition of approval for the subcommittee. Given the nature of the changes in the project, the revisions, the project is consistent with the architectural review findings and the context-based design and performance standards. We do have a condition of approval number 6 for pedestrian access, and that's in your attachment C.
Could you give us the packet page?
It's 57. So number 6, just restated here that the owner designee, prior to issuance of building permits, demonstrate that the direct pedestrian access is provided from the San Antonio Road sidewalk to the Courtyard Hotel, which is the north building. A separate accessible ramp is required unless a more centralized ramp is provided to serve both hotels that is closer to the central driveway. And the issue with that is before they had 2 separate kind of entrances, now person, say it's disabled or so, would have to go completely south of the driveway and then kind of circle back. And so we're just thinking there wasn't really any reason to eliminate that just for additional landscaping, but the applicant may have some other reasons to that. The project scope is covered by the certified environmental impact report for the previously approved project, so no additional documentation is necessary. And then we recommend that the board recommend approval of the project, and that concludes my presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Any questions of staff before we hear from the applicant? I have one. On packet page 42, you say that semi-public seating areas in front of the hotels along San Antonio are removed. Could you show us where they were and what they're replaced with?
Sure. So on page 42, you will notice in front of the hotels, that between the hotel and San Antonio, there's some brown round tables or seating. It's right adjacent to the building. And then if you look on the new, on page 43 of the report, those have been removed.
Actually, given the scale of the plan, I'm not seeing it, but it's at the bottom of the page, right next to the trees?
That's correct, yeah.
And then
for
top.
the AC, it's again kind of more north
Right.
along the building in front.
And they've been replaced with,
It's just vegetation now.
thank you. Okay, we ready to hear from the applicant? I believe so. You have 10 minutes. And if you would spell your name for our transcriber.
Sure. My name is Randy Popp, R-A-N-D-Y-P-O-P-P. I am the entitlement consultant for this project, not the architect, working with the team. Greg Laban is here with me today from the ownership group. He is the Vice President of Design for T2 Hospitality. And I'm going to read from my presentation here just a little bit so that I move through quickly and try and stay with my 10 minutes. And Sheldon has done a great job here of running you through kind of the meats and bones of what we're proposing, but let me just very briefly tell you that our goal here today is to identify what we've revised, which Sheldon has outlined pretty clearly, and seek a rapid approval if it's possible, because we are trying to keep the project on track. And I think that you'll see that most of what we're proposing here today is pretty minor, and in most ways, I think you'll agree it's really an improvement to what we had previously been showing you. So just by way of updating you on what is happening now, construction has begun. We are complete with the demolition of the existing building. Secant walls have been installed in the project. Dewatering is ready to begin, and we're in process with our plan check. We've achieved approval for some of the phases of work and are working through the process for others. The critical element for us right now is that we are trying to achieve a structural permit approval so that we can begin the concrete work. We can't start the dewatering without that because we need to immediately fill the hole in with concrete so that it doesn't fill in with water. So I'll start off by sharing some kind of exciting images, I think. These photos are from just a week ago. As you can see, the excavation's been completed to just above the water table. Secant walls have been installed to 25 feet in depth. Tiebacks are being placed, and we're ready to launch the deeper excavation and start the dewatering. So I'll bring up a couple more images quickly to just sort of remind you what we last agreed to. This is San Antonio Road looking south. And then again, the view looking to the north. And these were the final versions of the rendered perspectives we last generated. So we're here again to show you some refinements we've made. We're not proposing any major shifts from what you approved. We were very happy with what we achieved, but in the course of refining the interior, we found the need to make some changes to the fenestration and the glazing. As you can see, the changes are very subtle. I've included vignettes of the plan so you can clearly see the level of articulation occurring along the frontage. We worked hard to make it interesting, further enhancing the character and richness of the skin and anticipating and featuring the shadow lines. Overall, we've maintained the general organization and have remained consistent in most ways with only minor changes being made. From the south side of the AC, which will in fact be very hard to fully perceive, we've been pretty thoughtful regardless. Attending to the mantra of giving all the sides an appropriate level of attention, particular improvement has been made at the first level. This is a good spot to point out the changes at the terrace levels. As with most projects you see, the structural design is considered but really conceptual. Now that we are more developed, it became clear we could not build exactly what we drew. We've extended the roof and wall approximately 3 to 5 feet in different areas to stretch to a column line. We did this in a way which would be similar to what we had agreed to in regard to overhang and shadow area. After studying this so carefully, I'm confident this change will be almost imperceptible, particularly at the height at which it occurs. Overall, the top of the building is still stepping in a terraced and generous way. Similar refinement on the north side for the courtyard. Because we shifted stair and service areas, the pattern of windows extends further to the east and adds to the overall rhythm of this facade. I think this side in particular is much improved. At the east, we have included elements as available to break down the building, but truly the large open area at the shared courtyard is the feature that makes this side unique. Beyond that, elements like recessed slot glazing at the stair or a 2-story mechanical vent for laundry in the garage enlivens this more service-dependent facade. As Sheldon mentioned, we've made some adjustments to the mechanical screening, and it's important as part of this presentation to show you our roof plans. This is the AC. As you can see, our mechanical is distributed, but we worked hard to keep it central to the building and as low as possible. In fact, we're using portions of the parapet edge, particularly within the court area, to screen tall elements like stair or elevator features, which we could not otherwise shift. From the pedestrian level at the street, virtually none of this will be visible as a result of our approach. Similar tact was taken at the courtyard with the mechanical screen closely profiling that of the roof edge, again to limit the perception of rooftop elements from the pedestrian level of the street. So this is the piece I'm most excited to tell you about. We really took your comments seriously, and have made some very positive improvements to the site plan. We've elongated the vehicle stacking space for pickup and drop-off, and shifted the entry of the lobbies further back and off the access to reduce the opportunity for interaction between pedestrian and vehicles. More outdoor activity space has been added in features like water walls, fire tables, shady areas. All of this has been incorporated without decrease to the landscape or impact to the site circulation. Along the San Antonio edge, we really thought about the pedestrian experience of people walking by. The staff report mentions a draft condition number 6 that says a ramp should be required. Of all the times I've been to ARB, this may be the first time I've challenged a staff condition. My team and I believe strongly this is not needed. Because we are substantially through plan check, I can say it's actually not required. We've determined the front would benefit more by being densely landscaped rather than covering the edge with rows of pathways we know will be seldom used. And I'll just briefly digress from what I had planned to talk about and mention that Sheldon's correct. We did take away some of these areas, and I think when you were asking about more detail, I don't know if my pointer can work here. I can't seem to see it. We had previously shown some outdoor seating out in front of the buildings, but in the course of experiencing the site a little more, talking to the internal team, we've determined that having doorways on the frontage there, which would leak sound into the building in a way that's hard to control, would be less desirable. And so we have removed the openings that come from the interior of the building out to that face and have decided rather to just landscape that in a nice way. So as the pedestrians walk by on San Antonio, we've maintained all the benches and other things that we had along that frontage. But once you step up onto the podium and essentially go up that height, we don't have those outdoor seating areas any longer. So I'll just say again, we feel strongly that a more robust landscape area will be better in this location. Safe pedestrian movement within the inner circulation diagram satisfied all the needs as we see them. A single ramp provided as part of the thoughtful circulation we've developed internally is more than adequate for convenience and the likely use it will receive. We had one, I thought there was one outstanding condition. It sounds like we need to come back and talk about the lighting. One outstanding condition of approval which we need to resolve with you. Using this hearing as an opportunity to do that, we'd like to share our intent for the 4th and 5th floor balconies. So using a combination of the callistemum and acacia, we're creating a visually interesting landscape element with 2 very different species and contrast. Both are low maintenance, so they'll continue to look good, but are robust enough to be perceived from the street, again, almost 40 feet distant from that location. As a final note, we've shared some color swatches with you to confirm our palette. We've made some very subtle adjustments to the tone and saturation, but otherwise have remained consistent with the earlier approved colors. I would describe these as earthy and warm, aligned with the brand standards, and interesting in their variation and contrast. That's it for my presentation. This is actually a pretty simple change that we're trying to make, and so I'll look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues to hold our question till we hear from the public, and then we can continue this. We have a speaker card. John Hua Miao. Good morning, and if you could spell your name for the person who transcribes our minutes, that would be helpful.
Sure. My name is Jan Hua Miao, Janhwa. Last name Myau.
Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, I would like to
You can pull the
present.
microphone up closer to you. There you go.
I didn't know I'm that tall. I would like to present some of our concern about this mechanical device. Yeah. First, I guess we are not fully understand what's the rationale that we're trying to ask for a mechanical device. I guess our main concern is then what if there's a malfunction and they may cause the vehicle overflow to the adjacent area. So in a sense, we actually care about the parking space nearby. What would be a follow-up plans, just in case the mechanical device is failing. The other thing is I wasn't quite sure that how can we possibly eliminate the whole floor in a sense. There's 108 mechanical device. I try to do some calculation myself. There's a 294 slots available. I mean, as a plan. But then, excluding some of the surface level, then I would assume there will be like around 100 or 120 each floor originally planned. But then there's 108 mechanical device. So how's that mechanical device is gonna save a whole ground floor parking from there? Yeah, I have seen, those are rotating device or up and down mechanical device. So what exactly this mechanical device is it? The other concern is I'm not sure if that's related to this review right now is the parking space. I don't know if the board has approved they're gonna eliminate the parking space adjacent to the, just nearby the San Antonio Road. There are 21 of them cross street. So we never hear any confirmation. Are we gonna take it now to ease the traffic congestion? Yeah, or not? So to summarize, I think the concern is then what's the rationale? Do we want to eliminate the whole basement and to move the funds to ease the traffic? I scratched my head. I couldn't think about any way you can ease the traffic because the parking space is still about the same, and everybody is coming down from San Antonio Road, and most likely they're going to make a U-turn between San Antonio and Middlefield there. And if the board can address those concerns, that would be great. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miao. Does staff have any comments before we ask more board questions?
Regarding what the,
I'm sorry. Well, that's all right. We will go back to the applicant who has a response time. How many minutes? Another 10 minutes if you wish.
Sure. So I don't need 10 minutes. Is this a response to the?
You are allowed another 10 minutes to do what you wish, essentially.
All right. I certainly.
To advocate for your project.
I think I've explained our project pretty clearly. I think the one thing that I would say is that we're not here today to talk about parking. That portion of the project is already approved and complete, and so we're past that at this stage. We will come back, and I'll just briefly explain that at other nearby hotels that this company has produced, and according to studies that well-respected traffic consultants, parking consultants in this area have done, it's becoming pretty clear that the impact of Lyft and Uber and other types of transportation that are available to people who use these hotels have reduced the requirement for parking to a point that is roughly around 0.3. It's dramatically lower than what our standards require. And so just in terms of what we have approved, I'll just replay for all of you. We are 100% parked on this project, and we're doing that through a combination of valet, physical stalls, and stacker stalls and mechanical spaces. We have 80% of our parking achieved in physical stalls in the combination of single stall or mechanical stackers, and then the remaining 20% is valet spaces in the aisles. So at this stage, we're compliant with all of the requirements for parking. We will be coming back with a discussion about whether or not those stackers are necessary, with the concept that we may suggest that we do a study at 6 months and decide whether the stackers are actually necessary. So that's something that we will come back to you with in short order, but the goal for today was really to just focus on the architecture because we need to get these building permits issued. And that's all we're asking you to really consider. So that was the scope of this application, and that's where I'll leave it. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the applicant's representative?
I've got one.
Board Sorry.
You keep mentioning we'll come back for that, but the problem is, by the time you come back, if you've got 3/4 of a building up, and all of a sudden it turns out you should have put in that second basement, you can't very well do it at that point. So, I mean, you know, that's easy to say now, and then we're going to be stuck if you come back to us in 6 months and you've got the frame up. You can't very well take that down and put the basement in.
No, let me-
The second, hang on.
I'm sorry.
The second comment is, I keep hearing valet. Valet is fine, but you still have to put the vehicle somewhere. So, I mean, when you remove an entire floor, that's a whole lot less square footage. Now, I mean, I've seen situations where, you know, valets run around into the neighborhood and park cars there, but I really don't think the neighborhood's going to appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions? And let you comment back in a minute.
Well, can I think staff has a comment, but also I reviewed the previously approved plans, and I just want to make it clear that the approved design was not 2 full floors of parking. It was a ramp down, and it was just a partial area that was 2 levels, right? Everything was ramping down. It was just, I have the plan. I mean, there was just like a little overlap, right?
Yeah, I would.
I mean, I have the sections with me. I understand.
Yeah.
And let me see if I can say something as well, which might be helpful. It's our city council which made the decision to accept the use of on-site valet parking. In other words, you can't take the cars off-site, and stacking parking mechanical lifts instead of the second layer of parking. So our board did not make that decision, and we cannot alter that decision. So we are being asked to look at a change in their number of changes in the appearance of the building, and a significant change in the entry courtyard, which the applicant believes will, and presumably staff, but we'll ask them, will reduce the chances of traffic from this site backing into San Antonio and having a serious impact on local traffic. Is that correct, staff?
Yeah, so just to back up a little bit with all this discussion going on, that you're absolutely correct that the condition approvals are from the council to revise the project and eliminate that it was a partial level of basement parking. And that kind of left it to, well, you have to provide all the parking code compliant then in one level or on the surface level. And so the applicant is using the provisions in the code regarding the mechanical parking, and they are compliant with that, and we're reviewing that through the building plan check review at this point. We are working with the applicant regarding the other condition approval that goes with this that says that the cost savings from not doing that basement level go towards a fund for traffic mitigations on San Antonio Road.
And can you answer Mr. Miao's question about the possible elimination of parking spaces across the street? Was that the question? The 21 spaces? Yes. Is that a considered mitigation measure or response?
I'm not familiar about anything off-site. Everything was for this project on-site.
There's no commitment about how to use those funds.
Yeah, we don't have any.
The city is not studying a proposal to remove the parking along San Antonio?
I'm not aware of anything.
So staff is not aware of such a study. It would be a separate project that would not come to us, but our staff is saying that they're not aware of that proposal, and I'm sure they would notify the neighborhood before implementing something like that. Questions for the applicant's representative?
Yes, good morning. I have a question for the architect. I'm trying to understand the changes to the facade along San Antonio, and I'm looking at drawing A1.0 or drawing 2.0, and you're showing on the partial floor plans of the 4th and 5th floor, on the left, the originally proposed area is sort of a cross-hatched, what I would indicate to be an open patio, and on the right, you show that as a gray area shaded in. What does the gray area represent? What does that mean on the plans?
So just to make sure I'm clear on what you're talking about and for
Yeah,
anyone in the
just
public
trying-
here. So what we're describing is these areas here?
Exactly.
Yeah. So those are the open terrace areas, the balconies that are open terrace area on the upper level. And we've just changed this is a result of lifting drawings from the construction plan set versus the design plan set. So it's the same the same areas that were shown here are shown here. We're just using a different shadow. So you can see there was 1, 2, 3, 4 balconies previously, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4 balconies currently proposed. At the upper level, there were 1, 2, 3 balconies proposed earlier, and we've extended those just a little bit to be larger, 1, 2, and a larger one that's on this side now at the courtyard side. So for, just walking you through each of the 2 buildings, that's what that reads as.
And that the dark gray shaded area is still an open balcony that's accessible to the people in the room?
Yeah.
So it really could have the same graphics shading as on the right?
It's just a matter of graphic representation. I think, we're sort of showing the tile
I don't mean to
pattern.
interject, but I have one question with that. Why are all the doors then gone onto those areas?
Again, we just simplified the drawing at this stage. There are doors that are there. It's all open balconies. Those are sort of the special units that have a nice balcony out to the views, and so all of those will have views.
Is that what it is?
They are. Yeah. I think it's just hard to see at the scale we've produced it, but they're all accessible balconies. They've been enlarged to the degree that we can enlarge them. They're actually going to be very nice spaces with great views.
And then I suppose it's asking too much, but you originally showed us some very nice renderings of these upper corners of the building as we approved them. Do you have similar renderings for this proposed situation now?
I'm sorry to say we don't. We were crunched for time in getting to this presentation, and it wasn't possible for us to have a set of renderings that were matching produced for this. So I can share with you that we've got some 3-dimensional perspective views, but they're not as desirable to me because they're shown at a funny angle. But I'm going to go ahead and bring those up with the
Thank you.
caveat that normally I only show you things that are either from the perspective of a pedestrian walking by or some sort of artificial close-in view the way we had done before. I don't typically show these because it doesn't really describe the building in a way that anyone could actually see it. But let me just flip to it for you here in my pocket slides. And
These are your back pocket slides.
that's right. Okay, so Board Member Balte, so I think this is what you're asking for, is a bit of a more
This is exactly what I'm asking for.
a perspective representation.
Please
of
leave this
what
on
is
the
happening.
screen for a minute so we
Sure.
can study it.
And I'll just mention to you, I've got this view, and then I've got a second one that is more oriented toward the AC. So if you'd like me to flip back and forth between those, I'm happy to. The current design is on the lower edge of the screen. It's a little hard to read that.
What I'm struggling with, Architect Pop, is that on the elevations, as best I can make out on these 1-inch tall elevations of a 50-foot building, the roof overhangs and the amount of modulation on the 4th and the 5th floor just seem to be less by a lot, by 5 feet or so. And I just can't quite figure out what's really going on.
Okay.
And if you recollect, during our initial set of meetings, that was a big issue for the board, and it was only your renderings that really convinced at least me. And so I'm very leery of sort of going backwards on that, and I'm looking for you to convince me otherwise. Just to give you some background for what I'm looking at. Maybe you could go to another slide like this of the other corner of the building?
And perhaps as you're studying that, I can explain, or I can even ask Greg to come up and talk a little bit about the decision to make
Why don't
this
you give us a
change.
couple of minutes, or a minute or so to look?
And I
then bring it
absorb it,
back.
sure.
comment to staff that this is exactly the kind of thing that really needs to be in the public record. These images show much more than 1-inch tall elevations.
Sheldon became available yesterday. These just became available yesterday after your request.
I'm done with my question.
Okay, and I will confirm with staff that drawings of the size we had are very difficult to use in evaluating a building. Okay, go ahead. Alex?
I have a question on the renderings that's being shown right now. Is there a change to the wall height, the landscape wall? It seems like it's taller and closer to the street. Is there a design change?
So if there was,
Oh, yes, please come to the microphone.
if there was, it was.
I'm sorry, you need to be very close to our microphone. If you could introduce yourself for our transcriber.
I'm Greg LeBon with T2 Development. If there were any adjustments to that wall height, it was specifically to address the pathway and the necessity for a sloped walkway and possibly grades.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear your name.
My name is Greg LeBon. I am with T2 Development, the developer.
And
I am
Laban is spelled?
Lebon.
You'd be amazed how much time we spend correcting misspelled names under minutes.
It means the good in French.
That part we got, thank you. Additional question?
And
for Randy,
I'm sorry, Alex, let me just, if you don't mind, I'm just going to briefly say, so Sheldon did ask for these perspectives. It came after we had submitted our initial application, and he suggested that we should try and include some perspective renderings. Unfortunately, these came to my email about 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and so I definitely would have included them if they'd been available. I apologize for that. I agree that they're easy to read in some ways, but again, the refinement that I would have made is I would have shifted our station point so that we're really looking at the terraces and could really explain it in the right way for you. And I apologize that they just weren't available to me.
They're very useful, though, so thank you for that. And then if you could remind us how, for the entry drop-off area, how much higher is that above the street level grade, like the sidewalk?
So are you asking about the actual driving surface?
Well, so I think the staff condition of approval number 6 is to add a pedestrian walkway there, and I'm assuming that you're not doing it because there's a grade issue. And I was just wondering what.
Yeah, it's not about the grade.
Not about the grade.
It's not about the grade issue for us. It's about the fact that people who come and go from this hotel generally are coming and going in a vehicle, right? People arrive at hotels in a car, and if someone's going to go out for a walk or a run or do any of those things, they're pretty intentional about it. They're going out for some exercise. We felt that the larger goal of having a really nice frontage and some dense landscaping and all those things, rather than having this big gap in the wall and a ramp on both sides and duplicate layers of pedestrian pathway, impervious area, et cetera, in really what is the only pervious area of our site, right? There's this special setback of 24 feet right at the front of the site that this occurs within, and it's really valuable to us to have that as landscaped area rather than just paved area. And so we made a decision internally to maintain that walkway. And you can see that, we've shown this sort of dashed line of circulation and how that occurs and out to San Antonio through this gap here in the wall. It takes that amount of length to get a code compliant ramp between the pedestrian way at San Antonio and the podium height above curb at the entrances. And so we would literally have to mirror that on this side. And you can see, it eats up a lot of that landscape area. And it's not required by code.
Great, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Robert, do you have any questions? As a courtesy to our member of the public here, could you explain how the hotel does cope with failures in the mechanical parking system, if they occur?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the parking systems that we're using are very common today in this area. It's something that has gained a lot of acceptance in this region. There are local maintenance groups that manage these. And the best way to explain this is that they're a lot like the Coke dispensing machines. They have a monitoring system built into them. And long before we would realize there's something wrong with them, they signal to the maintenance company that there's a failure occurring or maintenance is required in some way. And they trigger a notification and a call for service. So that's managed pretty effectively just electronically. Beyond that, we really, we have provided all of the required parking in a combination of valet within the aisles. We haven't counted every space that a valet could park. In fact, there's ample extra space, but
But you're not arguing that you would have enough parking without the stackers, though?
No,
Thank you.
yeah, not today.
I appreciate you taking the time to do that for us. So looking at sheet A 8.0, landscape plan 2018 current, how long is your frontage along the street, roughly? The staff know?
I think it's roughly 280 feet.
I think so, too. I see a bench, public bench seating up towards the top of the page, which would be north, and I don't see any on the other side of the parcel. Is that right, or am I misreading
No,
this?
here, if you don't mind, Chair Firth, I'll show you on this plan.
Sure.
This is an architectural drawing of the site that clarifies a little more easily because it doesn't have all the landscape shown, but there is a...
I'm sorry, which sheet are we looking at?
It's in my presentation. I'm not sure it was in your packet. This is again, we were rushing to put this together a little bit, so I apologize for that. There is benches and a seating area shown in front of the courtyard, and similarly in front of the AC. It's on both sides of the site.
They just aren't called out on sheet A8, or am I just missing it? Because we don't have your presentation as part of the
So
packet
here
we're
on
approving.
sheet A8, this is referencing the landscape, the pedestrian seating on this side and then over on this side.
So it's just not called out?
It may not be.
It isn't. Thank you, that's helpful.
It's
And
there.
that seating with arms?
It's there on the construction
And
documents.
that seating has arms so that a person can stand up?
It is.
I'm sure everybody will be happy to know that my mobility impairment's getting better, so I may be less focused on these issues, but not much.
Well, I don't mind that. I do think that what you focus on in terms of this sort of pedestrian experience and having the ability to move down San Antonio in a comfortable way is important. And it's part of why we thought about that circulation route into the site and really what the appearance of the building will be for people who are passing by. So it's helpful.
And then you explained that the relocated mechanical equipment will not be visible from the sidewalk? And just to confirm, what will the visibility be from the greenhouse neighborhood?
So the greenhouse neighborhood is roughly, the closest building to ours is roughly the distance of a football field away. And so
100 yards?
100 yards, almost 300 feet. And so when you get back that distance, the oblique view toward the roof is enhanced, right? You can see more of the roof than you would if you were on San Antonio walking by. I can see
This is why I asked the question,
right,
yes.
I mean, as you're traveling around Palo Alto, you can't see Hoover Tower, but when you get up on these balconies, you'll see the whole thing, right? So I think it's all about perspective and where you're standing to see these things. You will definitely see a bit of the mechanical screen. You won't see any mechanical equipment at all. But in the Palo Alto regulations, of course, there is an exception for up to 15 feet of mechanical screen height. What we've tried to do, as I mentioned, was to orient that as much as possible away from the edge of the building to help minimize the perception of that.
And so comparing your previous submittal to this one, what would be the change in that perspective from the greenhouse neighborhood?
Let me share that with you. So from the greenhouse neighborhood, I would say that you're almost getting an elevation view of the building, right? And so you can see that, where the screening is shown at the roof here. I know, sorry, again, it's what I put in the presentation.
It's difficult.
Let me flip back and see if these other views are any larger. I hate flipping around the presentation like this for you guys, I'm sorry.
Take what time you need.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if this is any better, but you can see that, that's not the right one. Yeah, it's not much better. So you can see the roof screening elements that we have at the top of the building, hopefully. They're very light, because that's the color they will be, right? We've tried to really help diminish that in every way possible. Previously, what we had shown was primarily the kind of dog houses for the elevators and some stair towers that were going up. Again, conceptually, we had an idea about what the mechanical might be, but that's why I brought you these detailed roof plans, is to show you we really have worked out all the mechanical elements of the roof and of the building, and we have to screen all of that. And so we've done that in the best way I think we could by, pulling that screening back, trying to focus it toward the middle of the building. And any places where we couldn't do that, we were using the edge of the parapet in a way to sort of enhance the architecture, I think, create some articulation.
So
in the roof edge.
before, it was a series of intermittent pop-up dog houses, and now it's much more continuous.
It's more
Is that
continuous,
right?
more continuous and even
And you've changed
a
the
bit less
color of
chaotic.
it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the applicant's representative?
Great. So Randy, I was wondering if you could show us where the front doors are to each hotel, on, maybe on the landscape plan?
Sure, happy to. So maybe I'll start with where they previously were, if you don't mind. So on the earlier scheme, we had this circular drive, and at the axis of the circle, at each side was the entrance to the hotel, the AC on this side and the courtyard on this side. In elongating this driveway, we relocated the entries to the hotel to this pocket that's much farther back to allow for room for people to come in, drop off their bags, meet with a bellman, and have space for significantly more car stacking separate from where pedestrian interaction might occur.
Are there secondary doors as well in the lobby spaces? Are there extra, or is
No.
this okay?
No, controlled entrance
Security
and exit.
control point.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
it's less for security. It's really more that it's not necessary to have multiple. We certainly have emergency exits and those sorts of things which will be used in a different way, but primarily this is the entrance and exit to the hotel.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Yes, I have one
Vice Chair
question.
Balde.
One question for staff, I suppose. I'm looking at the east elevation, that's sheet A 4.0, and it's the courtyard building on the right. What I'm noticing on the new proposal is that the parapet of the building seems to be a story taller, and I understood you to say that's now considered a mechanical screen. I just want to understand if that's really the case. It looks to me like the building is just taller. It's the lower right-hand elevation on this image. And I just want to understand what the logic was behind that.
That's weird.
So the roof heights are actually better depicted on the, if that's the AC roof plan, it's A 5.0.
No, I think it's the courtyard, actually.
The courtyard?
Yeah.
Then that would be 6.0. So all the mechanical screens and parapets, the heights are depicted there.
Okay, so looking at sheet A 6.0, there is some notation. It says top of parapet, and I can't read the number, but it must be, somebody can help me there. Oh, it's the top of that parapet.
So it's 50 plus 56.8.
56.8 feet. And that's determined to be considered a mechanical screen, not part of the building? Is that the staff interpretation of that?
That was a staff interpretation because that portion of the building is more interior to the site.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, then we'll bring it back to the board. Thank you. You may. Just come up to the microphone, please.
we do have a concern about the dewatering. I saw the continuous wall has been built. I guess I wasn't sure that the dewatering process started, so this is new to me. If possible, can we ask for any monitoring well around the surrounding construction?
Let me tell you that the technical issues of dewatering are not something we address, but staff, I'm sure, will be happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you.
And there's a less deep excavation than originally proposed, so impact should be reduced with this revision. But staff should be able to discuss that with you. So I have a question for my colleagues. As you know, this project caused enormous concern to residents in the neighborhood. They were concerned about traffic. They were concerned about the visual impacts. And Courtyard is the project closest to the greenhouse. Yeah. And I'm concerned that this is going to look a lot taller to them than the previously reviewed project. In your judgment as architects, is that true? Or, I mean, you can't tell me what they're going to think, but is my concern unreasonable?
My take on it was the back of the Marriott Courtyard is what actually will look larger. And that was the most striking difference to me. And I don't think that they would necessarily see that.
Since I do not experience San Antonio as going north and south, I always have trouble with the elevations here. I think it goes east and west. So the west elevation fronts on the street. The rear elevation is which one? Be the east elevation?
Because if you're looking, so if you're going down, so if you look at like the street, let's say the north elevation.
So I'm looking at sheet A3?
Right, and you're looking at the revisions, you'll see like a big mechanical screen. But then if you look on the roof plan, right, but if you look at the roof plan, it's set back substantially. But on the east elevation, I think as Peter was pointing out, it is flush with the wall.
I apologize for the approach here, but it's actually north-south.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just my experience, not knowing which way to go when I see the San Antonio off-ramp. Yes. Who would like to start?
Sure, I'm happy to start, but I have one more question. As I've looked at these fine-tuned elevations on the roof plans, it seems to me there's at least half a dozen spots on each building where the parapet is above the 50-foot height limit. And I can't see that they're mechanical screens. They look like building elements. And I'm just wondering again if there's some, I thought we have a 50-foot height limit in town.
So I think the idea is in using the parapet as a mechanical screen, you would need to have some uniformity to it. And that was the approach explained regarding why that was done. But the alternative to that is then to just have the parapets brought down and have the mechanical screens tucked closer to the equipment.
So as I'm looking at the drawing on the screen right now, what's the little jog out in the middle, the entrance to the building down below, I presume, it says that the parapet is 54 feet 2 inches. And I've got to think that's a decorative feature. That's why it's there. It's got to be 30 feet from the mechanical equipment. What am I missing?
So an additional alternative then is to have a DEE request, design enhancement exception.
Was this part of the original proposal, parapets of this height?
No. At the time, they were 49 feet, 4 inches was the parapet. And then during the design, past the entitlement, trying to figure out where the equipment was going to go, then that's where this came up.
Okay, thank you.
Sheldon?
So, do you want? So, I guess it's obvious, but I'm troubled by that. I'm not.
But we'll see if, thank you.
I'm concerned that the parapets, to me, are part of the building, and we have a 50-foot height limit, and I think we have to abide by that, even if it's part of the building that's in the back and people aren't going to see it, or even if it's internal to the courtyard and there's architectural reasons why they want it. It should have been a design enhancement exception coming to us. It's not okay to just say it's there, and I think we go on a very slippery slope. If we call parapets mechanical screens, then every building in town is going to come in with a 65-foot high parapet wall, because that's a mechanical screen, and that's not the case. So I just can't support that, that use of height exceptions for parapets. I think that the modulations to the building facades on the 4th and 5th floor are okay. I say that based on the renderings that were shown to me just 30 minutes ago, because it's very hard to judge on the elevations, but given what I see, I think that meets our original design intent. I've made notes all over my plans to the contrary, but I think understanding what's really going to happen, it will be okay. I think the changes to the site plan are for the better. Having the large oval area enhances the functionality of the building, and it enhances the impact, or reduces the impact it will have on traffic on San Antonio. So that's all for the better. So with the exception of the parapets, I can support this revision. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, I agree. It's I think the undulations, I think actually have gotten a little less, which is something I didn't want. One of the biggest things when we went through this in the first place was the whole thing that the neighborhood was very upset and wanted the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stories to, you know, drop back or step back as much as possible. And now it seems like we're coming in here with a design that basically adds to that bulk of the building again, which is going exactly opposite of what the entire neighborhood wanted and what the initial agreement was, or the compromise was. So and part of it bothers me a little bit, just the whole idea that we approve a building, and then a year later, while they're under construction, all of a sudden we get a proposal that says, oh, by the way, we want to change the facade modulation, fenestration placement, terraces, rooftop equipment screening, driveway arrangement, parking, and landscaping. That's pretty much starting from scratch. You know, that's the part that bothers me a little. I don't mind a little minor modulation or some changes like that. It's just the process bothers me. I agree that probably the site plan is better in this new design than it was in the old one, but just all in all, I can't really approve it the way it is right now.
Board Member Liu.
So my recollection is that when this last came to ARB, that the applicant had asked for, or had mentioned that they would need to make some modifications to the front stepping, and so I'm willing to work with them on that. I think we didn't. I'm not sure that the board acknowledged how difficult it is to step a hotel. Hotels are typically stacked cookie-cutter rooms, and doing this terracing is not easy to do. It's maybe easy to do on an open floor plan office building, but when you have little stacked modules of rooms, that it's actually very difficult to do. And I do want to acknowledge that you did work with the board on doing the terracing, and I think we do appreciate it. I actually do want to thank the applicant for changing the front entry. The long oval is something that I was hoping that you would do on the last go-around of the ARB. I was really hoping you would do it. I was expecting it, and I didn't get it, and that's one of the reasons why I gave you a no vote on it, even though I generally do support the project. On the revised oval design, I think you also did make an improvement to the trash location. Before, it was blocking some of the hotel rooms, and that was also, I didn't mention it at the time, but that was also part of my thinking and voting no against, voting against the project. So you fixed that as well. So I think that that's all looking good. I would comment to staff is that I think the bicycle parking does not comply with our code, which is the short-term racks are supposed to be within 50 feet of the front entrance. I don't think that they comply. I don't necessarily have an objection to where they're being placed. Some of them are in the back, a few of them are in the back corner of the building. Most of them are up in the front. I think given the hotel use, like I don't object to where they are, but I don't think that they comply. I think I support the staff condition of approval for a second pedestrian entrance right in front of the courtyard. I think I understand the applicant's logic, but I still think it's better to have the second pedestrian access point. If the applicant's really thought about it and says like have the second pathway, if it's going to take out 3 of the new trees or something like that, I would want to know. Yeah, well, in a minute, Rainey, great. And on the parapets, I think I'm in agreement with Board Member Balte. I think it's a little too much. I think I would appreciate them being set back, or if there was a change in material and color to help minimize the impact of them. Some of them are set back substantially, and others are at the facade face. So I think, more in agreement. I think I'm more aligned with Board Member Balte on this particular one. And I think that's all that I have on my notes.
Thank you. Last time this passed 3-1. We're still short a member here today, so you still have 4 votes. So you need 3 to advance today. First of all, thank you for the modified entrance. I think we were quite concerned about that. I mean, there are many problems presented to people living on San Antonio by the increased traffic on that street. And I think to most of us, it seemed highly likely that, based on our experience with limousines and hotels, that there was going to be a backup onto San Antonio with your previous design. This is bigger. I think that's less likely to happen, and that will help with one of the more urgent problems. I realize there's relatively little you can do about the heavy volume of traffic on that street, but I think you've done a great deal to improve the flow of cars on and off of the site. I appreciate it. I also like you relocating the entrances off to the side. I think that works well as well. I think staff somebody needs to look more closely at the bicycle parking. Is the back in the corner bicycle parking secured or unsecured?
I think these are the visitor ones are unsecured. You're saying like bike lockers, I think, are downstairs.
What I'm really saying is that if you have unsecured bicycle parking, it needs to be in a very visible place. So there's less opportunity for one's bicycle to disappear because somebody cut the lock in a private, unobserved space. And I didn't look at it as closely as Alex has.
Well, I would say it seems like there are some at the courtyard in the back, which are more visible, and then there's some at the AC, which are hidden.
They need work. They need change. Or they could become lockers, I suppose. I'm glad to understand that there is still public pedestrian-friendly seating along the frontage of the building, which is a long building. I am perplexed on the issue of having 2 access paths on the front. I can see that it takes out, it greatly changes the way the landscaping works. I would rather have 2 paths and good landscaping. I don't know if that's possible. What staff say?
I have a suggestion.
In a minute.
I mean, just a rebuttal that the original plan had a ramp in the front of the courtyard. So
Right.
the change that they're making is they're adding landscape, but they're taking away that
Right.
path.
So what am I going to see as I walk by? What layers of landscaping with the path? I may just be asking for the street front view again. Looking at it top-down takes a lot of translation. So we have a 4-foot-high accent wall, and we have, what are we planting in that space? What are they planting in that space between that and the sidewalk?
Would you like the applicant to help walk through the plans?
Staff could tell me, that would be fine.
I mean, it just looks like some ground cover shrubbery. There's no particular
We must.
type of species
So
on
remind
this
me what
plan.
still is coming back to the subcommittee, if we ever get to subcommittee? What was previously referred to subcommittee?
It was just the landscaping and the terraces,
So that's what's missing still.
which is, well, they're in the plans. The
Landscaping
lighting is not included.
on the terraces, or
Yes.
the landscaping and the terraces?
No, just the
Terrace
terraces,
landscape.
in particular the landscaping.
Terrace landscaping. So we already approved the front. So yes, if the applicant could tell me what's being planted in front of that 4-foot wall.
Not the species types, but
So I'm sorry to say that I wasn't expecting that we were going to be asked that question today, and so I didn't come with a complete landscape plan for that
And
area.
I'm sorry to say, I pitched my landscape plans 2 weeks
It's
ago
not a
because my
problem.
file drawer was full.
I don't mind following up with that at all, but I will share with you that we have a widely varied landscape palette. We're respecting the character of the street trees along San Antonio Road.
And in front
that
of a
particular
4-foot
area.
wall, we presumably have some height in
Yeah,
the bushes.
It's a combination of tall grasses, flowering shrubs, a number of different elements, and also describing that that area is ramping up to the podium level as the ramp indicates. If you don't mind, I'll also take an opportunity to just share with you that we're open to the idea of having a second access way if potentially we could do that as a set of steps, rather than having a secondary long ramp, but maybe an opening that is 4 or 5 feet wide, and then some steps that launch up to the courtyard side versus the ramp that's on the AC side. So I would just offer that for your discussion.
Thank you. What do you see, Alex?
Well, I think that the landscape plans that were, that we had last seen have it has a drought tolerant and with a native component of plants, and that there's something along the walls. And I'm not sure which plant it is yet. But
So it seems to me that when we looked at them earlier, we thought the paths were attractively landscaped, and it provided a certain amount of interest and openness.
yeah, I don't think there was any issues, right? I don't recall any issues with landscape.
I think we liked it.
Frontage, yes.
And we don't have Board Member Thompson, who's probably the most focused on access of all of us, because she's working on big projects that involve it. So I think the issues that I hear on the table, so to speak, are the parapet / equipment screening, 1 or 2 accesses. I think everybody prefers the oval, the revised entry, is that right? So that one's taken care of. What issues have I forgotten, staff?
If I can chime in,
Yes.
Chair Nguyen, as I look at the plan, I'm just thinking about the second pedestrian accessway. What really strikes me, I think the architect's suggestion was good, that on the courtyard building, that's the one on the top of our drawing, some sort of direct linkage to the sidewalk. If I was walking out of that building to the sidewalk would be very helpful. So it doesn't have to be a long ramp following that curved element, but just some direct connection. Right now, there's no way to walk without going around the entire oval. On the other side, the same thing would probably make sense, just having a couple of steps or something to get down to the sidewalk directly. If I were dropped off at the curb for some reason, I would be walking in on the roadway otherwise.
I don't want you dropped. I don't want you dropped off on the curb given San Antonio, but suppose you were walking down to meet somebody.
But I think that that's a very simple correction, just to make the two linkages there. I think a second long ramp that they're talking about is probably not going to hurt the landscaping, but it seems overkill to me. I don't see why you would need two of those.
So staff, you're suggesting 2 ADA compliant ramps, one for each hotel. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that was the idea, understanding that it's not a building code requirement, just thinking of the findings and everything. But in terms of the alternatives that were brought up by Board Member Balte, that would be acceptable as well.
Check with the applicant.
So does the applicant have any further comments on this issue?
I'm sorry, were you asking staff or applicant?
No, I was asking if you had any further comments
I do,
to
actually.
us.
So
on this issue.
I'm very interested in not encouraging people to stop on San Antonio and drop people off. I think that would be a terrible mistake, to create a visible queue, that there is that kind of simplicity of movement. And we will work with, you can actually work with Uber and Lyft and these other companies to create what's called site-specific notes. So when a driver arrives at a site, they're given instructions about where they should be. They're not like, you're not allowed to stop on the street, please pull into the driveway. We'll take care of those kinds of things as part of what we're doing. But I do think that the idea of switching from one ramp to one ramp plus 2 stairs is not the direction that we'd like to see this go. And I suggested 1 ramp and 1 stair as an alternate to try and alleviate what I heard were your concerns about accessing the courtyard in an easy way. But I think that the code compliant answer here is that we have provided the ramp that's necessary. If we want to have more convenient access, adding a second stair entrance would be the next step for me that I would be encouraging you to accept. The idea of creating 3 openings, 2 stairs plus the ramp, seems like we're really headed in the wrong direction.
Can I ask if, suppose I'm staying at the Courtyard building and I'm going to some function at the JCC and I want to walk over there. I'm told it's a quarter of a mile away. So I exit the Courtyard building. Is there any pedestrian way to get to the sidewalk without going around the oval?
Not currently.
And it is conceivable that somebody might want to walk someplace from the
Absolutely.
hotel. So don't you think you should have some pedestrian exit from each hotel to the sidewalk directly?
So that is what I'm suggesting, I think, is that from the Courtyard, we would add in some area here a stair access through, and from the AC, you have this nice ramp that takes you down to the pedestrian way that's very visible and easy.
If I'm staying in the AC hotel and I want to go to the same function at the JCC, I'm going to walk out and I'm told to go right on San Antonio, but I see a 30-foot long ramp to the left. I'm supposed to walk down that ramp and around.
I mean, I don't mean to challenge this too much, but you're going to go for a 1.5 mile walk. I think an extra 10 steps to go to the right, to go down, doesn't seem like that big a challenge.
I don't think it's that big a deal either way. Thanks.
Is there further discussion, or does somebody want to make a motion? I don't know if I made my point of view clear, but I do not think the present arrangement of parapets is acceptable. I think it reads as too much building height, and that it's not equipment screening. It needs to be smaller, closer to the equipment to be screened, and clearly equipment screened.
I'm sorry, I meant to ask, if you don't mind, could I ask staff to be a little more clear about their interpretation of parapet height and the acceptability of that in regard to the building? Because we had actually a significant amount of discussion.
I think we've had enormous amounts of discussion on this issue up here. If anybody up here wants guidance, they can have it. Okay. Anybody have any questions of staff?
I'm ready to move that we approve this project as submitted with the condition that the parapets all be remaining within the 50-foot height limit. And I'm looking for a second to that motion, but also an amendment regarding the pathway, what we should do.
Is there a second? Hearing none, would somebody wish, or are you proposing to second? Or somebody wish to make an alternative motion?
I will second it. I do want to make a friendly amendment.
I'm all ears, Alex.
So I would make, I would propose that the bicycle parking locations be reviewed by the transportation staff.
I certainly will accept that.
A motion on the floor that the plan be revised to reduce parapets to 50 feet, that the bicycle parking be reviewed by the transportation staff for compliance with the code.
And then modifying condition of approval number 6, right?
And
Which is the,
And you're comfortable with doing that at
Wait, just a second. And condition number 6 is on packet page number,
57.
57.
Got
And
it.
it's the wording that the draft wording that the staff has says that the owner or designee prior to issuance of building permits demonstrate that the direct pedestrian access is provided from the San Antonio Road sidewalk to the Courtyard Hotel, which is the north building. A separate accessible ramp is required unless a more centralized ramp is provided to serve both hotels that is closer to the central driveway. So I think we're saying that it doesn't have to be accessible.
I think we could strike the last sentence of that. But I'm looking to gather votes here, so.
Yes.
so a separate access to the AC Hotel?
Courtyard Hotel.
To the Courtyard Hotel. It says, demonstrate the direct pedestrian access is provided from the San Antonio Road sidewalk to the Courtyard Hotel, north building, that would be towards the freeway, right?
Yes.
It's just a mental quirk. And it does not need to be accessible. Is that what you were proposing? That's,
If I
Yeah,
can,
no, my amendment was about the bike parking, and I think I think I'm in agreement with your previous comment about just having some sort of stair access.
So
It's
I'd like
fine.
to amend my own.
you can't, I'll do it for you. You can't do a friendly amendment to your own motion. So I move that a friendly amendment, which would be to modify condition number 6, condition of approval number 6 on packet page 67 by deleting the last sentence. The result of that will be that the applicant will provide direct access to that building, but it need not be ADA compliant. I want to propose,
I accept that amendment.
you accept it. Does the seconder accept that amendment?
Yes.
We're so
Yes.
good at form. I would like to propose a condition that would deliver the message that the equipment screening needs to be farther away from the edges, closer to the equipment to be screened and smaller generally, but I don't know if that's very clear. What is it I'm trying to say here?
Yeah, well, so
Does it need to come back to the
the point
subcommittee?
of the screening, mechanical screening, is to
Right.
screen the equipment from the pedestrian level, not from the upper
Neighbors.
floor of a neighboring building. And
This is
I think the
overkill.
goal is to minimize the impact of that, to minimize the visual bulk of that. So setbacks and height and material color can help reduce the bulk.
And
So,
does this
and-
need to go to, in your opinion, you all, does this need to go to subcommittee?
I don't think so, no.
We can give clear enough direction.
I think mechanical screening is something staff routinely reviews and approves.
Staff has their microphone on.
Well,
I see.
mechanical screens are, but we're basically talking about redesigning the fascia again.
We're talking about keeping the fascia the way we originally approved it. We're not approving changes.
55 feet or 57 feet on some of these?
No,
No, we've asked for
No.
the parapets
Take
to go
back down.
back to the height they were originally approved at.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think it's, staff understands, where the ARB is coming from. We had made an interpretation that these interior parapets could be called mechanical screens. We understand why you're saying that should not be the case. I mean, it is a slippery slope, and so we're in agreement there. So we will make sure that the building meets the height limit. We do review mechanical screens on a regular basis, and so we can make sure that those mechanical screens are pulled into the center as much as possible. And we will get line of sight diagrams because, as Board Member Liu said, we're trying to screen the mechanical from any pedestrian views. And so the line of sight diagrams will show that, and we can determine, what the height of the screens needs to be from those diagrams.
Okay, so where would this go? So this is a new, I'm proposing a new condition of approval. We already have one that says that the parapets shall be no more than 50 feet high, and I would propose an additional one which says that mechanical equipment screening shall be revised to minimize its bulk and extent while meeting code requirements for screening.
I can accept that.
Would you accept that? Cool. Anything
I
else?
can accept that as well.
Great.
If I can add, Robert, is there anything we can do to get your vote on this?
No, I'm a lot happier now than I was when I came. I'm a lot happier now than I was when I came in here, but I don't like the whole process is what irritates me a little bit.
I don't.
The whole thing about basically every facet of this building's being changed in sort of a hurry up, we're under construction, and I don't like that. And and the thing is, we all knew, or I should say, when you go through schematic design, you've got a structural engineer on there, so you already know when some of these things is. I don't like oh, by the way, we just hired a structural engineer who said that we can't do this, we have to, eliminate the undulation or whatever. That's the part that bothers me.
I share that annoyance, doubly so that we're only showed renderings 30 minutes before our deliberations.
And that was the other thing is that, if we were going to do that, we should have had some very clear examples saying, see, this is what it looks like. And I understand how, I've done enough big projects where you're always under the gun, but I don't like being thrown into that situation. Okay, come on, we're on a fast track now and you need to approve this.
Okay, I think that's probably...
I'm willing to,
Sorry.
I'm willing to accept this the way it is with the whole idea. The biggest problem I had, and we're toning that down quite a bit, is that the neighbors across the street wanted to get rid of the bulk. And this thing is bulkier the way it was presented this morning than it was in the first approved go-around. And if we're willing to trim that back down, or at least considerably more, then it's a lot more favorable to me.
How would you say that, though? Something that comes back to subcommittee?
No, I think you did by cutting it down to 50
No, I'm
feet.
saying if what you're saying, and that's why I asked, if you're saying that basically the top floor roof line is pretty much going to stay the same as it was in the approved version, other than the undulations change somewhat.
I believe that to be the case.
That's the first part of your motion, which is that the parapets be reduced to 50 feet.
And if that's not the case, then I'd like to see it back, because I don't think staff ought to be the one that gives the thumbs up or thumbs down on the redesign of the elevations.
I think that staff is clear that we are saying 50 feet is the limit, and any other structure has to be minimal and not one that visually increases the bulk.
We are very clear on that. And there will be a new condition. In your motion, you proposed a new condition related to that. The access point was the second condition where we're saying that could be stairs. The bike parking, I did want a little bit of clarification on the bike parking. I mean, you're wanting transportation to review it. What I heard during the earlier discussions, though, was mainly related to the short-term parking, and that we just want to make sure that those are as close to the entrance as possible, which is code requirement, but also that they're visible and, helping to avoid, increasing security.
Yes.
So, I mean, those are all things that staff is capable of reviewing,
It
if
is.
if you so recommend.
Yeah. And I would say that I can understand reasonable people can differ about what's the best approach to screening equipment and what might be most aesthetically satisfying, but I certainly agree with my colleague to the far left that particularly given the intensity of concern in the neighborhood about the issue of height and bulk, this proposed change was not something we want to approve, and I agree with my colleague to the right that the timing made it difficult. And I appreciate the careful reading of the plans that people have done and the fact that the applicant provided us with the background information sufficient to enable people to review that plan. All right, if there any further discussion before we vote? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Abstaining? Thank you. So this is recommended for approval without further referrals to subcommittee, though we have an existing referral to subcommittee. And the vote was 4 in favor, none opposed, 1 absent. Thank you to the staff and thank you to the applicant. And I'm going to suggest a 7-minute break till 5 minutes after the hour before we start our study sessions today. Thank you. I see council is waiting for Architectural Review Board of the City of Palo Alto is now back in session, and we have two more informal elements. These are study sessions in which we conduct our business less formally. The first one is on ex parte communications between the Architectural Review Board members and applicants and developers and other persons. And we have a representative of the city attorney's office here and a member of the public who has asked to speak, both of which we're grateful for. Just to set the scene, a lot of people, both neighbors and historic preservationists and applicants, make requests of us that we speak to them about their project or the work of the board. We have a board policy and a city policy that give us some direction, but not total direction, and we thought it would be helpful to discuss this with our council, our city's council, and with each other. So, if you would introduce yourself and proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sandra Lee, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you for inviting me here this morning to talk about what I hope is an interesting topic. So you requested a study session on ex parte communications in quasi-judicial hearings. This is a quick overview of what I'm going to touch upon. First is a little bit of refresher for all of you about quasi-judicial hearings, fair hearing requirements that attach to such matters, and within that context, the regulation of ex parte communications. And so this will be a general discussion about these areas. You may have interest in talking about specific matters, specific situations. However, that may be more suitable for offline discussions as these situations arise. And we can talk about it after this meeting, or you and I, not all together, individually, or as situations arise in the future with respect to specific projects and requests. So quasi-judicial hearings, as opposed to legislative matters, are when the ARB takes discretionary action on a proposed project. You're applying existing policies, rules, and standards to a specific person, project, or circumstance. These hearings involve the taking of evidence and will result in a written decision based on required findings. And in contrast, legislative actions are the promulgation of these more general policies, rules, and standards, and the ARB does from time to time weigh in on such matters with respect to design guidelines and the like, things that will apply to projects more generally. So with respect to quasi-judicial hearings, certain rules apply to ensure due process for the project applicant and a fair administrative hearing for all interested parties. So these are the fundamental requirements of a fair hearing that are rooted not only in the federal constitution, but the state constitution as well as state law. A fair hearing requires notice to the applicant and to the public, an opportunity to be heard, and to hear the evidence that the board will consider. A hearing must occur before an impartial decision maker, one that is not biased or has not prejudged the matter. And within the context of all of this, a fair hearing does require the disclosure of ex parte contacts. And I would just say that I just want to touch on, with respect to the impartial decision maker item, That public officials are presumed to be impartial, but this could be overcome with evidence of bias. And in general, members should avoid taking a position on a specific project or a class of projects prior to hearing evidence. Okay, so first I wanted to just talk about what are ex parte communications. So we are all talking about the same thing. It's evidence gathering that takes place outside the hearing. It includes oral and written information, but it can include other sensory communication, something that you perceive visually or that you hear, and that you may ascertain from a site visit, for example. And these communications are those that are substantive and relevant to the project and the decision that the ARB is making. So if you have a contact with a project applicant and it's about a barbecue that someone is having, then obviously that's not considered an ex parte communication in this context. So when the law generally requires that such contacts be disclosed, and any new information learned as a result of those contacts be disclosed. So why is full and complete and timely disclosure of contacts important? It's for a couple of reasons. First, such disclosure affords applicants the right to rebut evidence that may have been learned outside of the hearing context. It gives not only the applicant, but other interested parties the ability to refute, test, and explain such information. And the other reason why this disclosure of ex parte contacts is important is that the hearing requirement necessarily contemplates that a decision will be made in light of the evidence introduced at the hearing. So if you have an outside contact, if you don't disclose it at the hearing, it's not part of the record before the body. So the decision needs to be made on the evidence presented at the hearing. That could be evidence presented by the applicant, presented by members of the public, other interested stakeholders, but it could also be evidence that you yourself obtain outside of the hearing context that is disclosed to all of the other members of the board and to the public and the applicant. So I did want to mention that in the land use context, so different rules apply, different due process rules apply in different contexts, but in the land use context, ex parte evidence that's disclosed before the public hearing does not violate due process, which is why we put so much emphasis on disclosure. In a case, 1957 case involving the city of San Mateo, that's still a good law, and this is just a paraphrase of the court's decision. Plaintiffs complained that the defendants, the city of San Mateo and city council members, relied upon information acquired by the council members outside of the hearing. But there, the mayor stated at the outset that the council members had a look at the property, so they conducted a site visit, and the statements and questions made at the hearing fully revealed the investigation. There was no concealment, and so those who were protesting this decision, it was a variance in that case, were free to challenge any views expressed, and they frequently did so at the hearing. So in that context, it was deemed to not be a due process violation that the council members had obtained information outside of the hearing. Okay, so I want to just talk a little bit about what our rules are. The city council and the ARB, they are a little different. So ex parte contacts are discouraged for the city council. the council, as well as the PTC, have procedural rules that do discourage such contacts if they will affect the impartiality of the member. The ARB does not have this rule specifically in their procedural rules. And in fact, the procedural rules say, they acknowledge that in some circumstances it may be useful and informative for ARB members to have these contacts. I would say that even though that is the rule that the board adopted about 3 years ago, I mean, it may have been before, but the last time they were updated was 3 years ago. Individual members can, of course, choose to be more restrictive in their conduct, should they desire. You're not compelled to have ex parte communications, and you can make your own decision with respect to that, as long as you meet this bar, this minimum of disclosure. The ARB procedural rules require that members make best efforts to track any contacts and the substance of those contacts. That includes conversations, meetings, site visits, mailings, or presentations where substantial factual information was conveyed with respect to the project. And it's recommended, this is not reflected specifically in the rules, but I would recommend that members who do engage in ex parte contacts take contemporaneous notes, who, what, when, where, and as detailed as possible, because that information you're going to convey on the record prior to the beginning of the ARB hearing. So disclosure may be oral or in writing. You can submit it to staff prior to the hearing, or the latest the disclosure should be made is at the beginning of the hearing, before any testimony is taken. The ARB rules state that ex parte contacts are prohibited after the close of the public hearing and prior to a decision. So I would just mention that even though the rules don't expressly discourage ex parte contacts for the ARB, that yes, sometimes they may be useful. Whatever you learn that is useful, that you have considered and have influenced your decision, should be disclosed, because the purpose of the hearing is not to come together with all our separately gathered evidence and just share it. I mean, the primary purpose of the hearing is to have the evidence presented by the parties and the staff, and should the ARB members obtain other evidence, then disclose it. But it is really principally the forum for which the evidence should be presented by the parties. I wanted to make a mention of a potential Brown Act violation, also in the context of ex parte contacts, to the extent that the applicant, what I've been talking about up to now is the board getting information about a project, learning information. But an applicant potentially will want to know, what does the board think about their project, and elicit information the other way. There are a couple things with respect to that. The potential Brown Act violation is what's called the hub and spoke model, where that individual is ascertaining the position of various board members, and and they may go to the next board members. There are 5 members, so they may go to 3 members, and to the 3rd member, they tell them, I've spoken to members A and B. They're on board with this project. I just need your vote. Now there's a potential violation right there, because there's this collective concurrence being formed through an intermediary. And so it's really incumbent on the board members to prevent that type of communication from a member of the public or the applicant, because if the Brown Act violation occurs, it will be your violation. It will not be their violation. And you are in the best position to know the requirements of the Brown Act, and to make sure that the views of other board members are not shared with you on a pending project. Also, with respect to providing feedback to applicants, I would be somewhat circumspect in what information you provide, only because of the requirements to be an impartial decision maker. You do have to keep an open mind, to not prejudge the matter before the hearing, to not commit to a specific position, because the decision must be based on evidence that you obtain at the hearing, or that is presented at the hearing. And then my last slide really is just about, this is the last part of what's required for a fair hearing and quasi-judicial matters, is that, you need to make a fair decision that's supported by substantial evidence in the record. And that includes things that you might disclose that you've learned from ex parte communications. And any questions?
Thank you very much, Councilor Lee. I'm going to suggest that we hear from the members of the public before we start asking questions and having a general discussion. The first card that I have is from John Hua Miao. Good morning.
Yeah. First, I would like to thank you for Councilor Lee's presentation. It's very informative for me personally. I was asking after the previous hearing, I was wondering if most of the councilors would like to talk to the community and to answer some of the questions, if we have a chance. And this is not directly related to this presentation. Yeah, it just so very happens about communication. And I truly understand, and I'm very grateful that you present us as a public, for this is a very complicated application process. Most of us, we don't have the professional knowledge, and specifically, I would like to grateful about last time you asked for about the setback of the building, and today we can truly to see that all your efforts, I think the whole process, we need to communicate with the public if possible, to educate them, to ease their anxiety about the future change. And there's a trend about to adding more mass buildings around the boundary of the cities. And that's just the trend. We have to live with it. But how can we improve the whole process and work together as a community? That's where I'm coming from, and hopefully that you can share most of your view or experience, with us. Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And then I have another card from Randy Pop.
Thank you. Randy Pop, I'm a resident of Palo Alto and an architect practicing in town here. I will tell you that I just happened across the agenda for today's meeting and noticed that this item was present. I'm very glad that you're taking up this discussion, because having sat in your seat as chair for some time and board member for longer, I can tell you that it's important to me that applicants be able to speak to the board throughout the process. We spend thousands of hours developing projects. They're immensely complex, and the number of decisions that goes into the organization of a site, the design of a building, the use of the building, is something that you cannot possibly absorb by reviewing the material that comes in your packet. It's just too complex. And while the PTC receives a packet that has written documentation that they can read and digest and understand, there's so much more involved in the process of developing a building that it's critical, I believe, that the board be open to meeting with applicants. And I think it can be done easily within the constraints of what was described. Having done this again myself, it's easy to say to an applicant, I'm here today to hear what you have to say. I'm here today to listen to any explanation that you want to provide. I'm expecting that whatever you're showing me today will be in your presentation so that we can discuss it publicly. But share with me whatever is important for you to really explain to me in a clear way, but I will not be giving you any additional information. I'm not going to be providing feedback for you. I'm not going to make any judgments about your project. I'm just here to absorb information and be more educated when I come to the point of having to make a decision about your project. And I believe that that's really critical for the board to be open to and to be accepting of and to maintain as a policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment from staff?
I would say that whatever information is provided to the board, I mean, to the extent that it may be too much to absorb in 10 minutes, then to me, that is not necessarily a reason to to allow for ex parte meetings that might take a substantially longer amount of time with each board member. I would say that maybe more time is required in a public setting. So if the information that's going to be conveyed in these ex parte meetings is so critical to understanding the project, then that information should probably be conveyed in a public setting so that all interested parties could hear that information.
Staff? That was legal staff? Anything from planning staff?
I think related to the concept of a project being complex, I mean, if it's complex for the ARB, then it's that much more complex for the neighbors. And so obviously I very much agree with our council, and this, I might kick myself later, but I mean, I think we really should have more community meetings. If a project is that complex, we should be having community meetings ahead of hearings so that it can be explained to the neighborhood. And potentially the board could come. We'd have to figure out if that needs to be noticed or not, that sort of thing. But the community meetings are noticed anyways, so we would just have to notice that the board would be in attendance. If we'll talk with council about the details of that.
Thank you. Alex?
I did have a comment on that, on the community meetings, is that I do know that a lot of times the planners, like the project planners, will meet with members of the community, and that doesn't always, it's not always like documented or to the board, but sometimes they'll mention it during the staff presentation. And so it may be good to just have, for us to try to be more methodical about including that in like staff reports and whatnot, like how many meetings and when did they happen and whatnot. And I think my other comment is for staff is, can we make a document for the applicants about what if they ask for an ex parte meeting, that there are guidelines that they need to follow. I think just because it seems to me that we've done it in the we've had meetings before in the past, and usually it's the applicants are knowledgeable about what they should and shouldn't do, but I think there are other applicants out there that don't know that. So, I mean, we just have a guideline for them about what they can expect and what, yeah. But I would just say, for example, like there was a recent project and the applicant asked for a meeting with 2 board members, and that would have violated the Brown Act. Just having the meeting right there, like, and they didn't seem to understand. And so they were putting the board members in a tight spot and not even knowing that there was a potential issue. So, yeah, so I think we just have to be careful about that.
So just related to the, when staff is meeting with neighbors, there is a portion of the staff report where that information should be, because we have the public outreach section, but I will make sure that we're more diligent about communicating that if that hasn't been true.
I have a question. I have a question. One of the things I thought was a bit unusual under the discouraged items, you have a site visit? I mean, I thought that's pretty basic. In fact,
Yeah, I wasn't saying that that's discouraged. I was actually saying that that is okay, and a court has upheld the ability to do that so long as that information was disclosed prior to the hearing.
Okay,
So,
I
yes.
asked basically, talking to a lawyer, usually you're very specific exactly of, if it's written there, it's, it's gospel, so.
But I think one of the important things is that that's why the chairs do ask us to disclose, have you done a site visit? Because that is something that the applicant should know. Sometimes it needs to be more specific, like I saw it last Wednesday when there was an explosion on site or something. So that if you just keep imagining this imaginary person participating in the hearing and, they need to know what we think we've learned that's relevant to this project. And of course, I was having a bit of a discussion with council about, we bring our whole experience to these these hearings, and you particularly bring your professional experience. And one of the things I notice is that you have a lot of expertise on the use of materials in this area. So you frequently tell an applicant that that's not going to work here, and that is based on your professional experience, and you don't need, in my opinion, Sandy can disagree, to disclose that you use this project, you did this on such and such a setting, though I notice that Alex often does say, this material has been used on 3 projects in the last 10 years. If you look at the one on Park Avenue, it really is a good example of why this is a bad idea. And he has quite the memory and history, and that lets the applicant say, oh, but that's not, that was Ipe from this part of the world, and I'm using a different part. But just so that people can respond to what we think we know and correct our understanding or argue against it. I particularly wanted to talk about neighborhood concerns. Based on my professional history as a lawyer and a municipal lawyer, and I've been doing this so long, I remember when the law came in requiring us to, for the first time, make written findings of fact and conclusions of law so that courts could review our decisions and people would have due process. Yeah, on stone tablets, absolutely. It was the 70s. I sort of thought, well, it's much simpler if I just don't talk to anybody. Because then I don't have to take all these notes and remember everything and tell them that, no, they can't pay for my cup of coffee. I found my views evolving, particularly with regard to neighbors, particularly when it's an existing community of neighbors, whether it's the Palo Alto Redwoods next to the proposed hotel to replace the restaurant on El Camino, or the greenhouse neighborhood with respect to this hotel. And I do believe that ideally we have infinite staff with infinite time, and they are able to have a community meeting or one or more community meetings with these groups. But we don't have infinite staff, and we don't have infinite time. And thinking about how to do that has been on my mind. I do believe that meeting with neighbors so that you can see what the view is from their property, so that you can, look at the project literally from another angle is useful. It does require a lot of note-taking. Because I think we not only have to be fair, we have to be seen to be fair, and we have to be seen to be listening, which is why I tend to run these hearings in what some of you may view as a rather sloppy way, which if we've got time, I essentially reopen the hearing and let people continue to comment, because I think the value of their speaking and us hearing outweighs the other. I'm more reserved about meeting with applicants because I think they have a more professional ability to present their plans to us. I do agree that I sometimes want more than a week or less to look at a project and its site and its history. But I decided to engage in some fact-finding on this approach, a little empirical research. So I did meet with Roxy Rapp and his colleague and son and his professional consultant, Steve Emsley, because they are proposing to do something concerning a retail use on the site of the former Cheesecake Factory. And I learned about the Rapp family history with that building and the tenants who had been there before. And we discussed the fact that we think that the Masonic Temple and Design Within Reach did a bang-up job of redoing their site. And I refused to comment on proposed designs because I think that undercuts what we should be doing here as a board. So I find myself trying to figure out under what circumstances, under what conditions is it helpful to the process, to the community, and to the applicants to meet with them, and under what circumstances is it not? And I'm interested in Alex's question, or suggestion of sort of, these are the ground rules here, because I think it could be helpful, because it's not at all good when somebody blurts out, well, I've talked to two of your colleagues, and I will say, I never agree to meeting with anybody and with another board member, because it's just a problem. First of all, we never know what our quorum's going to be for the actual hearing. And it could be that two people already violates the Brown Act because there's only going to be 3 or 4 decision makers. So, comments from folks.
I have a specific 3 things, but one of them is regarding site visits. I wonder if we could just be clear. A site visit, when I go out to physically look at a property that's coming before us, that's considered an ex parte communication, just the act of visiting the site?
Not a communication.
So any gathering of information outside of the hearing is an ex parte contact.
So then it needs to be disclosed very clearly at the meeting. So to the best of my memory, this is the first time we've been doing that since Wynn became chair. Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah. That's correct.
Okay, and so your advice is that we continue to do that very clearly. At each meeting, before each item, we should all disclose that we visited the site?
Yes, and if you have visited the site, I would disclose that you visited it, when you visited the site, and any information that you may have learned on that site visit. That is not in the record. So there could be something that happens that day that is unusual, and that might influence your decision. And we don't know if it's unusual or not, and the applicant and others will not be able to kind of test that information you've ascertained without knowing about it, and you're the only person who can disclose that information.
So one of the things about site visit disclosure is that I actually do hear you all disclosing frequently, like say, I visited the site and I noticed that the trees overhang or that the neighbor's oak tree is very close and I'm going to be concerned about how you're protecting that tree. So we actually don't get too many on-site explosions, but it's helpful to the applicants to know what struck us. Alex.
So we've been disclosed, well, I think that the issue, though, is that I think Sandy is saying that it needs to be done first.
Yes.
And we haven't been doing that. That sometimes happens later.
Well, we have
in our
disclosed
discussion.
the fact that we've been there.
Been to the site, but
Yes.
not the actual, or not, or.
Yeah, and I would argue that, I would suggest that people have a pretty good understanding of what you're going to see on the site, and that we don't have to detail every single. It's impossible to detail everything we saw. You saw the site. But if there's something that concerns us, we could take advantage of that time to mention it.
Yes, I would agree. You're not going to go through a minute-by-minute recount of, but things that struck you, things that, could influence your decision. I do think that type of information should be disclosed before the hearing. However, perhaps it doesn't occur to you until you're in the middle of the hearing. Some things happen. The applicant, so long as you give an opportunity to the applicant to respond to this other information, then that should be okay. But I still would urge you to try to disclose as much as possible, as early as possible, so that every speaker has an opportunity to kind of question that information or provide some kind of rebuttal to it.
Peter?
My second thought then was, when is the appropriate time to disclose? So again, on our hypothetical site visit, what if I just disclosed by email to the planning staff that I visited the site? So I'm visiting the site, I could just send an email, I'm at the site right now, I visited it. Is that a proper disclosure? Or more specifically, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at what point in the hearings do we have to do the disclosures? Could we do them all at the very beginning, or does it have to be project by project?
It should be project by project at the beginning of the hearing on that project. So you could send an email to staff. It probably wouldn't be, I just visited the site on this day. Again, there might be some additional information that you want to provide about what struck you, what you saw, and all that. That information will be public, however, so they could include it as part of the staff report if you provide that email, or it would be, read out loud at the hearing, along with anyone else who wants to make an oral disclosure.
I mean, I think that the applicant is entitled to due process. The public is entitled to a fair hearing. So I always think of this imaginary person out there. And that imaginary person has read the public notices. They've read the staff report. They're familiar with the city's laws and rules. This person doesn't exist. And what else do we need to do so that they understand, in general, the basis for our decisions? So myself, I believe that the most effective way to do that is to, as we hear and they're only here for their item. They're not here for the meeting in general. They come in for their item. And so at the beginning of addressing that item, we disclose what needs to be disclosed. One of the things is we're not terribly formal about what is in the public record and what isn't. And sometimes we say, and now I'll open the public hearing. What we're really saying is now I'm opening the hearing to the public. Because from the court's point of view and the due process point of view, the minute we call the item, that's when the hearing starts. So somewhere in that period, we need to do this. And if there's a whole lot to disclose, you can refer to a document, but there generally is not anything to disclose except that I went and looked at it. I will say that I wanted to disclose my meeting with the RAPs because that was the first I knew that there was a project over there. And so I want you all to know what I know. And I want you to know it when I know it. So that's part of sort of mutual respect for each other. So that if there's information that I have, you know it. That's a block which we spent a lot of time on. That's an alley we've put a lot of energy into. So I want you to know that. So if you want to think about it, you have more time to do that. I would also say, as a general practice, I'd be really uncomfortable being one of 5 people. The more of us talk to an applicant ahead of time, the more of us meet with the community ahead of time, the less comfortable I am about that. I don't know how the rest of you feel about that.
I'm trying to come back to the concept of speaking to somebody that's not based on a certain project. Is it ex parte communication for her to speak to, well, I don't want to be specific, but if it's not related to something that's coming before the board, in other words, there's no project on application, is that still an ex parte communication to speak to somebody about something?
I don't have to disclose it until the project gets here, but yeah. Doesn't matter that they haven't filed their application yet.
Well, yeah, so typically it attaches once an application is filed. So, to the extent that there's information, in 5 years I'm gonna work on this project, I would not necessarily say that you need to record that and potentially disclose it 5 years down the road when it comes to the ARB. So this obligation to track your contacts and all of that, that would attach after the application is filed.
So Wynn's sense of disclosing things that are not based on a project is more out of a sense of doing it right than it is any legal requirement?
Yes.
And I would say that I wouldn't do this if I didn't know they intend to file an application in the near future. I mean, some big discussion about open space policies in Palo Alto is not the kind of thing I'm going to regale you with during, board member comments.
Another question I had was regarding, I've heard comments about not having ex parte communications between hearings. We frequently have multiple hearings on a project. So after the first hearing, is it then not allowed to, say, go visit a site to see what's going on?
So the ARB rules do not expressly prohibit that. So there's no clear demarcation other than after the hearing is closed, you may not have, and prior to a decision, you may not have ex parte communications. An example of that would be, and I don't know if this happens with this board, but you may make a kind of preliminary decision, but you're waiting for findings to be prepared by staff, and it will come back to you for a final decision. So before that final decision is made, no further communications with the applicant or others.
So when we move and second and vote to continue a project, is that a decision or is that just a continuation?
No, because that's just a continuation of the public hearing. It hasn't been closed.
I see. So until we have a decision issued, these ex parte communications are okay then?
So I would say, as a member of this board, first of all, I view site visits as very different from having a chat with the architect, because I'm not going to convey any information out during a site visit. I'm going to be absorbing information the same way I would be doing if I was researching some building material on the internet. But I'm not at risk of either prejudging and conveying a prejudgment or giving somebody my opinion so that they can start shaping the project in response to what I saw or what I said. So I view site visits as very difficult to get in trouble with a site visit. And by get in trouble, I mean distort the hearing process or find myself disqualified for bias. And so I can't think of any circumstances under which I would want to talk to the applicant between hearings. Because we have, as a board, looked at it, we have commented, we've begun to discuss, and I don't want to tell them, well, of these two alternatives, I prefer X, because I think that's usurping the function of the board as a whole. So that's where I come down on that, but other people might have different views.
Yeah, so are you recommending then that the board adopt the council and PTC's bylaws regarding that?
Refresh my recollection.
Well, I think.
Well, it's already discouraged, so I think.
But it's not in. But I think. Sandra was saying that it's not in the. It's not written in our A or B.
Yes, sorry if this was confusing, because it was kind of interesting to me, actually, that the ARB rules are different from council and PTCs, which are the same, and those have changed over time as well. But today, both council and PTC have procedural rules that discourage ex parte communications if it'll affect the impartiality of the decision maker. But the ARB does not include that discourage language. It just, it's really silent as to that.
And so I think that there's a specific example that happened this year where there was an applicant who's been pushing for meetings between hearings and really was pushing the city attorney's office to show them where it was written in the ARB's rules. right? And so I think that if we think it's about, if we think that the PTC and the council's rules are better, then I think we should put them in the ARB's language, because they are challenging. I mean, there are applicants who are challenging that.
So does the PCTC or the city council have a rule forbidding ex parte communications with the applicants or members of the public while a matter is being continued, a quasi-judicial matter is being continued?
No.
I think you're saying it's discouraged.
It's discouraged in general. But I also think, the ARB's process is interesting because you do contemplate having these 3 hearings, whereas that's not necessarily true before these other bodies. So that's why there's no specific provision about between hearings. The only provision, which is the same as the ARB, is about the prohibition between the close of the public hearing and the decision.
And I think we all understand that that's because the public hearing is closed. We are not supposed to be gathering more information, except maybe reading the code, which would be okay.
But I find I feel I have to visit the site often several times on a complex project, and it's only by going back there and looking at it again, often with the words of my colleagues ringing in my ears, that I can do this job properly. And yet, if that's ex parte, is it or is it not?
I really think we should, analytically, we should separate site visits from talking to the applicant.
I agree. I think
Very
one
different
is
concepts, and nobody's
is
going
a
to...
definite requirement, and the other one probably is not necessary.
I think they're very different. Council?
Even though, we might generally say they're ex parte contacts, they are very different in degree, as other board members have commented. So I do think that a site visit is in its own class of outside information than communications with individuals.
All right, what do you think of Wynn? I mean, as far as, I've been on other boards where it was basically left for the chair to make that determination while his or her term.
Make which determination, Robert?
Because, I mean, every chair has a different way of looking at things, so I don't like the idea of making something too black and white where, in case you need it out occasionally.
Yeah, I'm less convinced that... Thank you for attending. I don't know what the chair's role might be. Just thinking tentatively, not conclusively. I would be in favor of having a policy of discouraging communications between hearings. I really do not want an applicant to shop alternative proposals or responses to the board after they've heard from us. I think that's very much the board's function or staff's function, and I think we have worked hard to be clear on our direction and to try to get, straw votes or consensus so that people understand what our opinions are before, so they don't need to go say, well, what do you think of this shade of blue? I'm not going to tell you, and I don't even want to hear the question. So I'd be in favor of modifying our rules in that regard. I'd like to hear more from staff about the use of community meetings and whether it's useful to have an ARB representative with you at such meetings. I think that board members can say things that staff can't. I really like Alex's idea of some proposed, explanation to the public and the applicant about how we can and cannot, or do and do not wish to gather information. I think it would be helpful. The thing I'm clearest about is that I have felt that I was advancing the city's efforts when I've met with neighbors or community activists or whatever, to hear their concerns before an application's filed, Those are lay people. They don't have professional advocates working for them. They're often highly sophisticated and very organized. It's pretty easy for me to keep track of what they've said and when, and they are almost always telling me what they think and never asking me what I think. So all that makes it easier. I have twice met with applicants, no, 3 times. And once the argument was they really wanted to show me their drawings and plans. I am the slowest study on the board in terms of looking at drawings and plans, because that's not my profession. I can beat you anytime on an ordinance. And on balance, I don't think it's worth it. Staff is willing to go over questions with me, and I think that would be the better approach. I did meet with the Palo Alto Housing Corporation. It was helpful to hear their project description. I suggested that they give us that information when we were here. I disclosed that information in summary form before the hearing. Interestingly, they didn't make that part of their case when they came, and so I asked them to expand on it when they were here. The drive not to be discourteous is significant. And refusing to meet with somebody is awkward. I would be happier if we had a policy that said that we strongly discourage meeting with applicants and the neighbors between hearings, and we directed those inquiries and communications to staff. I don't know how the rest of you feel.
Just from a staff perspective, I think you had asked some questions of staff. I think we have heard communications from various applicants that they walked away from a first or second hearing and didn't quite know what needed to be done. And I think we've tried to be, thoughtful about that in the recent past, about, as Board Member Chair Firth said, taking some straw polls, doing a better summary at the end of our hearings. So I think that can help a lot of this type of issue. If we want to do a handout related to ex parte communications, I think that's a great idea, and we can certainly work on that. The other thing, too, I know from board members, there seems to be some struggles with the plan sets and things like that, and staff has tried to work on that as best as possible, but some early communication from the board members to staff might be helpful in that regard. If you're looking through the plans and you're not seeing something you want, then maybe an early email to us could help us. We'd have to scramble, but we can try and get something together related to that, or we can just be ready for that question with a possible answer. Related to community meetings, I think it's a much bigger topic than all of us, just about how this city would like to move forward with that potential idea. I think right now we have applicants that do their own community meetings. Most of the time, they will invite staff, and if we hear, that something incorrect being said, we will certainly voice that and try and correct that issue immediately. But it really is a developers community meeting at this moment, and so, the whole city should think about how they may want to move forward with that or change that. And then regarding, updating the ARB's rules, we're certainly available to do that. And if we want to put some line items in there that, just says that meetings are discouraged after the first hearing, and that somehow, doesn't exactly pertain to site visits, we could certainly do that.
Thank you. Comments? Don't all speak at once.
Well, I would say that I think I agree with your position on discouraging ex parte meetings between hearings. And I think we definitely acknowledge that, like, past board member and Chair Pop was here. I mean, he was arguing for the opposite position, and I think there are other board members in the past who would also agree with him about, you know, board members being available for meetings between hearings. But I think it's actually, I think to your point, I think it's better not to do it.
I find that, I think the status quo is actually working pretty well. I think the feedback you've given us and the general understanding amongst the board is pretty close to, sounds like, what the rules are. And I don't see that we really need to change our rules or anything unless we want to put more time into it. But I think there's more pressing things we could work on changing our rules on. So I'm satisfied with what we have. I'm happy to see it change, but I'm satisfied with what we have right now, too.
Okay. It looks like two of us would be in favor of modifying our rules to discourage ex parte meetings between hearings, meaning contacts with the applicant and the public. In my case, particularly the applicant. Discouraged doesn't mean prohibited, and two of you are happy with it as it stands, so we'll wait for Board Member Thompson. Anything else we want to say about this topic while we're here and have the chance? Oh, how do people, I would be in favor of having a cheat sheet is the wrong word. So it's tip sheet, a document that applicants and members of the public could read about what we can and cannot do in meetings with them, so they don't start out by telling me what two of my fellow board members believe before I can stop them.
What we can or cannot do, or what our purview is?
Well, I think it'd be helpful if there was a document that said, you know, when you have a matter before the board, you know, if a board member agrees to meet with you, you need to be sure you do not inadvertently violate the Brown Act, you know, tell them. I don't know if it's possible, but if it has been done, or if it's been done, I'd be willing to put some energy into thinking about this. I mean, one of the problems is it may encourage more people to ask for more meetings, which I think would be undesirable. Comments?
I think it's great as long as somebody else does it.
Got it. Maybe we just need to make those standard speeches. Why don't we think about that, Steph? Yes, go ahead, Steph.
I was just going to say that as well, that we can certainly put some thought into that and what the appropriate form would be.
What might be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let us think about that a bit.
I will say that having had this meeting, I find myself thinking that if somebody asks me for a meeting, I am probably going to say, are you planning to talk to other members of the board as well? And if they say, yes, I'm going to talk to everybody, I'm going to say, you're not talking to me.
You know, when I started these meetings with this board and others, I used to feel strongly that when somebody asked me, I would refer them back to the chair, and the chair would then direct how or if the board would have ex parte communications. I've since come to think that maybe that's just overkill and just sort of too much maneuvering and bureaucracy.
I don't even think I can do it without breaking rules. I can't instruct the board members whether or not to meet with a member of the public without violating other procedural desiderata. How's that for vague?
Yeah, so I guess I'm just a legal layperson. I don't understand why that would be a bad thing, but it clearly is not something that council or staff wants us to do, and I don't really care.
Basically, the only authority I have, I exercise at the meeting. When I'm not here, I have no importance. I have no authority except to chair the meetings. I'm entitled to put something on the agenda, I forget. Anything else anybody wants to say about this today? Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming to talk to us. And staff, if you put this on as a follow-up meeting, and at the next time we have all 5 of us, follow-up item, that would be helpful. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
I learned a lot. Do we have a second study session? Yes, comp plan. Okay, from the procedural to the substantive. And I must say, even though we didn't come up with any policy recommendations, I think it's useful to have a public discussion of what our practices are, what we're comfortable with. So thank you. So we are now on agenda item 5, study session to discuss the comprehensive plan goals, policies, and programs as they relate to the ARB.
So I just wanted to introduce Elena Lee and thank her for being here to talk about the comp plan. She's been on this for some time. And just relate it back to the ARB findings as well. I mean, the reason the comp plan is important to the ARB is because it's part of finding number 1. And I'm sorry we didn't put that attachment in there, but if you look at packet page 51, you'll see, the ARB findings for the Marriott project, and you'll see that we have included goals and policies in our answer to finding number 1. And with that, I'll let Elena take it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the comp plan...
I'm sorry, if you could introduce yourself for the record.
Sure. Elena Lee, Senior Planner. So the comp plan contains the city's official policies on land use and related issues with a focus on the physical form of the city. It provides the basis for the zoning code, policies such as the ARB, development regulations, and the capital improvement program. The comp plan was adopted in, November 2017 with a programmatic EIR. And in July of 2018, the City Council actually adopted the first comprehensive plan amendment. And this was in response to a citizen-initiated measure to basically reduce the overall city cap. So the comp plan adopted in November of 2017 had an overall city cap of 1.7 million for all office and R&D uses. The previous comp plan had a similar cap for all non-residential uses in 9 sub-areas of the city. So the new comp plan basically changed it, so it focused on office and R&D and citywide. So the citizen measure that the council adopted qualified to be on the November ballot, and the council decided to adopt it as written, and so it didn't have to go to the ballot. So basically, the ordinance reduced the overall city cap from 1.7 to 850,000 square feet to the horizon year of 2030. And this cap has also been reflected in the municipal code, the zoning code in particular. So the comp plan has basically 8 major themes that are reflected throughout the document. And those themes would be building community and neighborhoods, maintaining and enhancing community character, reducing reliance on the automobile, protecting and sustaining the natural environment, keeping Palo Alto prepared, meeting residential and commercial needs, and providing responsive governance and regional leadership. All of these themes are the same as the 1998 comp plan. The only addition is number 6, which is regarding emergency preparedness and basically sustainability. So the comp plan includes 8 elements and 2 chapters consistent with state law. The first one, which is probably the most relevant for this board, would be land use and community design element, transportation element, natural environment element, and the safety element, which is new, the community services and facilities element, business and economics, and then the 2 chapters, governance and implementation. So the safety element includes policies and programs and goals regarding safety, and those were previously, some of it was previously in the natural environment element. So the elements and chapters basically have a common format. There's a background, a vision, then goals, policies, and programs. So the majority of the goals, programs, and policies have been retained and reorganized. New concepts have been incorporated, such as climate change, VMT, and ride sharing, and other new technologies. The biggest changes were made to the land use and transportation element, as well as inclusion of the new safety element, which will be summarized later in this presentation. The land use and transportation element were the subject of the most discussion with both the Citizen Advisory Committee that was appointed by council to help the creation of the update, as well as the PTC and the City Council. So the land use element is as I said, is probably the greatest relevance for the Architectural Review Board. Again, all of the goals, there's basically 10 goals. All goals are similar to the 98 comp plan, with the exception of the airport goal, which was moved from the transportation element to the land use element. So the goals were updated and reorganized for this recent adoption. This element places great importance on housing, sustainability, and the livability of Palo Alto. So again, it's mostly the same, except with the addition of concepts of resiliency and sustainability.
For you, which I'm going to ask now, since this is a study session, even though we're sitting up here. When it says that we're going to address climate protection through sustainable development near neighborhood services and enhance the quality of life of all neighborhoods, does that doesn't limit the range of approaches to sustainability? I mean, for example, if we're concerned about sea level rise and proposing buildings below projected sea level, that comes under the heading of sustainable development. It's not just locating things near neighborhood services.
Right. So the way it's written in the comp plan is just basically reflecting the general goals and statements that were made at the time. It's not saying that we can't address other things, but these kind of reference the priorities of the city. So that should basically frame the discussion, but does not limit it.
Thank you.
So again, there are 10 goals with associated policies and programs, and this is the addition of the airport goal. The goals would be growth management, sustainable community, distinct neighborhoods, commercial centers. Goal L2, sustainability in particular, basically promotes a diverse and inclusive community with policies regarding encouragement of housing, and so that probably has a lot of additional language reflecting the priorities that council has placed on this document. So also of note would be under goal L4, there are programs that support the creation of coordinated area plans for downtown and the North Ventura area. So the remaining goals would be employment districts, design of buildings and public space, historic resources, parks and gathering places, public streets and public spaces, and the Palo Alto Airport. So goal L6 and the associated policy L6 is very important for this process. So this goal and policy provides the support for the architectural review process for both high quality building and site design. So the following policies basically and programs reflect the most significant changes that came as part of this update, with the biggest being the growth management, which was also changed on this past July via the Citizen Initiative. So the ordinance in July basically reduced the overall citywide cap on office and R&D uses to 850,000 square feet. It continues to exempt medical, government, and institutional uses, and basically establish 2015 as a new baseline to compare the growth. So importantly, one of the biggest differences between the previous comp plan policy and this policy is that now conversions from one type of non-residential use to another residential use may count. In particular, conversion from retail to office would count against the cap. And so basically, this cap is also different than the annual office limit that was adopted last May, I believe. So that annual office limit is focus on office limits, but in 3 particular areas of the city. So those are actually 2 different, because one is, so the comp plan is a cap versus the annual limit is basically a pacing mechanism. So again, housing was one of the biggest priorities for this comp plan, as well as the council established priorities for the city. So these policies that you see listed here basically reflect some of the new policies and amended policies that recognize that housing is important. So some of the policies that support housing construction would be to commit to increasing below market rate housing, as well as housing that's considered affordable. So it doesn't technically count as below market rate, but would be housing towards, for example, the missing middle and what was it, the workforce housing, thank you, workforce housing. It also stresses integration of new housing into neighborhoods to help provide for a new, more sustainable neighborhood. And it also includes policy language and programs to encourage housing in certain areas such as Stanford Shopping Center, near the Stanford Research Park. Specifically, these policies and programs, as amended by council, does not allow conversion for retail uses at Town and Country Shopping Center. And there are also policies that basically support mixed-use development with retail and residential, trying to discourage office uses.
Excuse me, so essentially, if you had an office use, you could convert that to housing under these policies, except in Town and Country?
Right, the policies support that. And so as part of the housing work program that...
You have to implement it.
Right, so as part of the implementation program, actually, I think going at the end of November is the ordinance update that actually codifies that ability to convert that to housing.
Thank you.
So some of the other land use and community design element changes include, again, retention, so not just construction, but retention of existing housing that is more affordable, and also specifically policy language to help prevent displacement and protect against conversion from residential to office or short-term rentals.
The short-term rentals include hotel?
Well, I think it's more kind of catered to, at this point, Airbnb type of uses, so not hotel
or
per
corporate housing?
Possibly corporate
Short-term
housing.
corporate housing?
Right, something that takes it away from actual being counted as actual residential units. So some of the other important issues that were discussed as part of this comp plan update was basically school impacts. And as you know, that we're limited on how we can address school impacts. And so because the purpose of this document is really focused on the physical form. So basically what we've said was that we're going to basically have regular coordination with the school district, and also to be very careful, make sure that we analyze the physical and environmental impacts of projects that result in new school construction.
And I will just comment, again, since it's a study session, I'm happy to recognize any of you, but I'll recognize myself. This is one of the great ironies of California land use law, is that general plans were introduced by communities that were frustrated with lots of new development without adequate provisions for schools. And over time, the building industry said, this is terrible, it's interfering with our ability to grow schools, and got state legislation passed that said, as long as you pay an in lieu fee, cities have no jurisdiction to consider these matters. So here we are. That is my editorial for today.
Okay. So the last batch of changes regarding land use and community design element would be specifically policy language to support retail, especially local serving retail. And the other big change would be for historic impacts. So basically, the historic chapter hasn't really, goals and policies haven't changed, but there were additional measures that are put in to address potential impacts. So in particular, for policy 7.2, we're saying that prior to issuance of a demolition, that we'll have to consider whether or not it's a historic resource. So that's something that we're in process of trying to address and implement. So the transportation element is also the other one that received the most amount of scrutiny, and also basically reorganization. Priorities haven't changed, still, like a focus on reducing single occupancy vehicles, but basically, I think one of the most important parts of the vision is underlined, which says that Palo Alto will build and maintain a sustainable network of safe and accessible and efficient transportation and parking solutions, while importantly protecting and enhancing the quality of life of Palo Alto. That was a big topic about the quality of life, and that's, addressing technology, addressing parking, that type of issue. So there were several policies that were updated and changed, which will be highlighted here. So again, we're reducing reliance on single occupancy vehicles, but a big change was basically trying to formalize the TDM and TMA requirements. Oftentimes that's used as a mitigation measure for traffic impacts. So what we've done was basically stipulate that measures shall be adopted, but that it shall reduce it by these specific numbers. So it basically 45% downtown, 35% Cal Ave, 30% for the Research Park, 30% for El Camino corridor, and 20% other areas. And we've also had policies saying that we will evaluate the downtown TMA and also pursue it in Cal Ave or other areas as specific.
So I have a couple of questions here. So this reduction of trips is supposed to be all trips, not just local trips?
Basically this would be used for, I think, all trips, yeah.
Or is that per project?
Well, these specific improvements, reductions are only when we have TDM plans.
So this is just that the anticipated reduction for a project downtown through transportation demand management would be reduction of 45% of peak hour trips over what would be expected without that. Is that right? That's
correct.
What it's not, so it's not reducing traffic to that extent. I had another question, which is that I know vaguely that CEQA changed its transportation impact measures from level of service at intersections to trying to reduce vehicle miles traveled. How did that interplay with what you did?
So basically, in terms of CEQA impacts, we will be addressing VMT, but the council also retained language in the comp plan that says that we will also be looking and maintaining at LOS. So we will be continuing to look at both VMT and LOS.
So we're looking at how our land use policies affect how many total miles people travel, as well as how long you sit at an intersection.
Correct.
Thank you. Right up on your next slide, sorry.
Yes. Okay. Did I just skip it? Yeah, I did skip it, sorry. So we'll get to that one next. But so again, incorporation of new concepts and issues that are deemed important now. So we have policies saying that we shall reduce greenhouse gas emissions and support the introduction of autonomous, shared, and other new technology regarding vehicles. We also have language saying that we will support Caltrain modernization and electrification, support expansion of Caltrain to downtown, and also enhancement of downtown transit station.
Is our downtown or San Francisco's downtown? What are we talking about?
Our downtown.
Okay.
So our transit center downtown. So basically the other things that were emphasized in the comp plan was importance of the shuttle service, encouraging ride sharing, and introducing the concept of first and last mile. So basically allowing better connections so people can have that first last mile connection to transit and within the city. So we're also encouraging bicycle and walking and personal transportation devices as alternatives. And then here is that one right there. It says that we shall address VMT, but also continue to use LOS standards.
What is MMLOS?
Sorry, that is multimodal. Yeah. So I mean, that's the other thing we kind of discussed it in the previous comp plan, but now it's very clear, especially as part of complete streets and other policy documents, that we shall be encouraging multiple modes of transportation. So we're looking at walking, biking, and transit.
And do we have a policy on scooters and electrified skateboards and all these other things that keep appearing in our streets?
We have general
Sidewalks?
policy saying that we shall encourage alternate modes of transportation. So we are trying to address all of those. And we also trying to recognize that technology changes so fast that we need this document to be nimble enough to encourage, things that would be beneficial to the city.
Otherwise known as vague, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Comprehensive.
So the other remaining topics would be basically, again, going to street design, planning the use of roadways for all users, and neighborhood impacts. And so this is actually an important key issue right here for policy T4.2. So basically, we're looking at traffic calming for both safety as well as treating congestion. So what this policy now states is that we shall prioritize traffic calming for safety over congestion management. This was very important to the neighborhood groups as well as city council. So lastly, one of the big topics, parking for the city. So we have policy saying that we shall continue to manage parking without the use of on-street spaces, but that we are open to modifying and reducing requirements if it's demonstrated that less parking is needed, and that we will also evaluate updating our parking standards. For example, we've started that with multifamily developments. And then, so the last probably big new thing for this comp plan is the safety element. And so in response to a lot of new changes under state law, we decided to pull all the safety-related goals into a new safety element. So the topics under the new safety element include community safety, natural hazards, and human-caused threats. So this safety element now includes updated maps for fire, flooding, and sea level rise. And it also includes, and in particular importance for development in Palo Alto, is that it specifically has policy that prohibits new habitable basements in single-family residential properties within the 100-year flood zone, and that we will continue to review and update development standards in areas susceptible to flooding, and that all documents shall be consistent with all the other policy documents the city has adopted, such as the Balin's master plan. So at places today, I've placed a copy of the 1998 land use element, so you can use that to compare the current comp plan with the old comp plan if that's needed. So that concludes my report, but I'm here to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to us. Questions?
Sure. This thing about basements you just mentioned here. If a property is within the 100-year flood zone, does that mean within the FEMA regulated flood zone exactly? Say somebody has a Loma on their property, but they're within the overall floodplain.
Well, if they have a Loma, then they're out, technically out, right? Even though they're within the.
Well, I'm just reading the words here. It says.
Excuse me, can you define a Loma for us?
Loma is a letter of map adjustment you get from FEMA that removes your particular property from the floodplain requirements.
Then you would be out of it.
But your property is still well within the boundaries of the entire floodplain. Reading these words, you could argue that any property within that broad boundary is not within the flood zone. It's not flooding water.
That's a good question. I think we got the answer. Yes.
Thanks.
So I have a question, which is that we have been presented with a lot of proposed construction east of 101. And it makes me nervous because I haven't seen explicit addressing of anticipated rising sea levels in that area. So do we have a defined standard now of how many feet of sea level rise we are going to address?
We do have maps and standards, but this is something that that we're actually continuing to look at. So for example, sea level rise is actually a topic of a new policy project that our Public Works Department was working on. There are also multiple improvements that are happening along the Baylands would obviously affect affect flooding issues in Palo Alto. So it's, we have some maps that have been kind of recognized as standards, but to be honest, it's still sort of a changing landscape as we're getting new information over time.
So we don't have a specific number or standard that we invoke?
No, we actually do have it. I think the source is NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administrative Coastal Service. So it's basically, so we have two categories, 24-inch sea level rise and 55-inch sea level rise. So that, that's the general standard. But again, like I said, that there are ongoing projects that are happening, and specifically baylands improvements that are being done both by this city, Mountain View, and other jurisdictions that may affect it depending on how those projects come out.
Well, and I think I know that when the city has come to us with rebuilds of its own improvements in the baylands, they have specifically addressed higher sea level, higher bay level, whereas when applicants have come to us with commercial projects, such as the Mercedes-Benz dealership, they have not. Is that right, Jody? Am I confused?
There's
Alex
certainly
says he
been
thinks
the-
I'm wrong.
Well,
That would be
there's-
helpful.
Yeah, there's certainly been projects in the Baylands itself where other organizations have jurisdiction, and so we've, very much included them in the review process. In the commercial areas, there's not jurisdiction from those other agencies. So
Well, I should be looking at the maps to understand what we're doing. And there will be more implementation measures? Or not?
I don't believe we have any specific programs, just making sure that we're consistent with other documents that are adopted regarding this topic.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So the comp plan is calling for modifications to design standards and also transitions between different land uses. And so when is that coming in the November zoning update, or would that come later?
We haven't actually scheduled when that's going to be implemented, so that would come at a later point.
date.
I think, annually we'll go over the programs and policies to make priorities, so that's certainly on the list of one of our priorities.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for the presentation. No members of the public, so if nobody on the board has any comments, I think we're done with this one. Is that right?
I believe
No,
Board Member
this
Balte,
item.
was there a subcommittee conclusion that we wanted to report out?
Oh, I was talking about this item, not the
Oh,
meeting.
yes, sorry.
But yes. So, thank you very much, Elena. Approval of the minutes. This is the draft review board meeting minutes for September 6th, 2018. I guess two of us were not present. Is that right? Yeah, I think we had 3 members present, but those 3 members are here.
Well, and I think you were recused on one item.
Right. So how do we get a quorum? Who did we have?
If you have a quorum, I might just abstain from the vote.
Well, I think what happened is when we didn't have a quorum, then we pushed the item to another meeting.
All right, so we can approve.
So I think you
Those of us who are
vote
here
for
can
this.
vote to approve the minutes with any changes. Any changes, recommendations, or deletions?
I have a couple.
Board Member Liu.
Okay. Page 12 there's a mention of Cooley, which
Yes.
is Cooley, which is a law firm. Page 15 is mention of Lockheed, which is Lockheed. Page 17, Mecho Shades, which is Mechoshade. Page 20, there's an unidentified speaker, which was Rich Sharp, who's a landscape architect.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes with those corrections?
I will make a motion that we approve the minutes as amended.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those not participating say not participating.
I'm abstaining.
All right, I think we have, that's approved. Thank you. All right, that gets us to subcommittee items. I believe we have a subcommittee report.
Yes, hi.
Just for the transcriber, Board Member Balte.
Thank you. This is Board Member Balte. Last hearing, we had a subcommittee review of the public safety building on Sherman Avenue. The applicant had reported back with a fairly dramatic and I believe positively received change using a brick material in the exterior of the building in lieu of the board-formed concrete that had been proposed and approved. The subcommittee approved the change, but I think the rest of the board members should look at it to ascertain for themselves that it meets our original design intent. I think it's an improvement. It's actually better than the original. The two renderings are behind me showing the change.
So I think this is out of our jurisdiction now because you have recommended approval, but it would be helpful for us to this is going to go to the board, this is going to go to the city council. They're going to want to know what the sense of the ARB is, if anybody has anything they want to say.
I think we need to be careful, though, too, because this is not agendized.
It's not agendized.
Yeah, I'm just reporting back that the change was dramatic.
Thank you. It's
Just information, ex parte information in a
So,
sense.
thank you for the information.
On a larger sense, I think it's important that the ARB be present at the meeting when the city council reviews this project. It's a very large, important public project, and I think we worked hard to get the design improved, and we should be supporting it in the public forum. And through the chair, I'm addressing that comment.
And what date is that scheduled?
I think the brick's a big improvement. I mean, as you remember, I did not like the board-formed concrete.
It's not on our agenda. So, Jody, when is the, don't worry, you'll get what you need. When is the council expecting to hear this?
Yes, yes, I'm encouraging my computer to move along here. Let's see if I can find this.
I will note that on some previous matters, the council has indicated that they do not need to hear from us, but that doesn't mean that we can't attend.
Oh, here we go. So 11/5.
November 5th.
Correct.
That's like next week.
Next Monday?
Yeah.
Well, Alex, shall you and I coordinate so that one of us will be there?
It's the chair's. Chair is supposed to represent the board.
I just feel the 3.5 hours I waited last time to not speak was enough.
I'm happy to represent the board.
Also, I think on November 5th, the council will be selecting ARB candidates to interview, and there are 6 for the 3 slots.
Including incumbents. Well, I would be happy to delegate my responsibility to Board Member Balte at that meeting, since he served on the subcommittee, and I may not be in the area.
I'd be happy to do that.
All right. Then I will do that. I will use my authority, which I do have when I'm sitting at this chair, to do that.
Am I allowed to ask Alex if he has an opinion about the brick change? I mean, I don't want to push the legal envelope, but it's a big change, and he's an important part of the board.
If Alex wishes to testify in front of the city council, I'm sure he will. And all of us are welcome to testify as members of the public at that meeting. And we will not discuss the matter further at this point, since it's not on the agenda. And 2 of you have already opined. Who was your fellow board member on the subcommittee?
Ozma Thompson.
Thank you. Okay. What else do we have? Okay. Next meeting is, remind me what the agenda is? We don't need to know it.
It's in the packet.
Okay.
We
well,
have it
okay.
in our packet.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.